Hello everyone, welcome to Solo Survivor. আজি টেষ্ট নাম্বাৰ হ'বলৈ গৈ আছে 9 APSC Combined Competitive Preliminary 2026 এক্সামিনেশ্যনৰ জেনেৰেল ষ্টাডিজ পেপাৰ 1 সেইটোৰ মকটো মই আজি ষ্টাৰ্ট কৰিবলৈ লৈছোঁহি। যোৱা কেইদিনমান মই অলপ ইৰেগুলাৰ হ'লোঁ, মানে অলপ ৰিচাৰ্চৰ ইছ্যু বা ৰেকৰ্ডিঙৰ ইছ্যুৰ কাৰণে ভিডিঅ' কেইটামান যদিওবা ৰেকৰ্ড কৰিছিলোঁ, কিন্তু ভাল নহ'ল কাৰণে দিব নোৱাৰিলোঁ। চ' আকৌ আনিছোঁ, এইকেইটা দিন ৰেগুলাৰ হ'বৰ কাৰণে চেষ্টা কৰিম। চ' ষ্টাৰ্ট কৰিছোঁ কুৱেশ্যন নম্বৰ 1-ৰ পৰা। Consider the following statements regarding the powers of the governor and the president in India. Statements regarding the powers of the governor and the president in India. The president can grant pardon in all cases where the punishment is by a court martial, but the governor doesn't have this power. President can grant pardon in all cases, yes. Yes, where the punishment is by a court martial. Itoto hobo noare. Court martial to hoy, but president has a separate power to pardon or to give punishment also. Hobo pare, but the governor doesn't have this power. Governor too has this power. Governor say to incorrect hobo lage. The president's power to grant pardon extends to cases where the sentence is a death sentence. Yes, death sentence lukyo mane president or pardon heri ase extend hoy power ase. While the governor cannot pardon a death sentence even if a state law prescribes it. Yes, governor doesn't have that death sentence pardoning power, but the president and the governor exercise their pardoning power independently of the efforts of the Council of Ministers to ensure judicial neutrality. I think correct. Both the president and the governor exercise their pardoning power independently. Yes, they can perform this independently of the efforts of the Council of Ministers to ensure judicial neutrality. Yes. So 2 and 3 are going to be correct, I guess. And for first one, the president can grant pardon in all cases where the punishment is by a court martial, but the governor doesn't have this power. Yes, ito hobo lage de. President of pardoning power ase kintu punishment to he court martial or joriote hoy. Jo bhalke buji napalo moi. Court martial. So it all 3 should be correct. All 3 did him way. D. Oh, sorry. Only one was correct. Who is correct? Who? To follow it again. So sorry for it. The which of the statements given a correct question. No? It only one was correct. The president grant pardon in all cases where the punishment is by a court martial. So mane pardoning koribo pare punishment to kone diye court martial diye mane courtot court to action loy hetu ero no, kintu president pardon koribo, but the governor doesn't have this power. Governor also has this power, but governor has a little bit limited where the sentence comes in front of it. The president's power to grant pardon extends to cases where the sentence is a death sentence, while the governor cannot pardon a death sentence, even if a state law prescribes it. It to governor pare tamne death sentence mane pardon koribo, even if a state law prescribes it. If the state law prescribes it, governor pare, so the state law mane to record or accept kore. But the president and the governor exercise their pardoning power independently of the advice of the Council of Ministers to ensure judicial neutrality. mm, 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 mm. জুডিচিয়েল নিউট্ৰেলিটি যিটো ৰাখিব লাগে বুজায় কাউন্সিল অফ মিনিষ্টাৰৰ লগত মানে মিউচুৱেলি হেৰি কৰিব লাগিব ন এক্সাৰচাইজ কৰিব লাগিব চ' দিছ ইজ নট দ্য কাৰেক্ট এক্সপ্লানেশ্যন ডেট মিনছ আণ্ডাৰষ্টেণ্ডিঙত অলপ ভুল হ'ল মোৰ মানে চেণ্টেঞ্চবিলাক মানে চেণ্টেঞ্চৰ লগত কথা নাই কিন্তু মোৰ নলেজৰ ক্ষেত্ৰতে অলপ ডিফেক্ট আছিলে চ' সেইটো ইনকাৰেক্ট হৈ থাকিলে the very first question answer has come to be incorrect. Statement 1 is correct. Only one was correct. Only the president can pardon court-martial sentences. Okay. The president can grant pardon in cases where the punishment is by a court-martial. Oh, court-martial means which court means prescribes the punishment. That punishment can be granted pardon. Pardon can be granted by the president on that matter. Where only the president can pardon court-martial sentences, statement 2 is incorrect under the 2021 Supreme Court ruling state of Haryana versus Rajkumar. It was clarified that the governor can pardon prisoners on death row even before they have served 14 years of their sentence. Even before they have served 14 years of their sentence, to the power to commute was already there. 3 is incorrect. Pardoning power is an executive power exercised or the advice of the Council of Ministers, not independently. Okay. On the advice of the Council of Ministers, governor or president can grant pardon. And even governor can pardon the prison, what you call death sentence of any criminal. Okay, বুজি পালো এইখিনিলৈকে. Question number 2, with reference to the minimum support price MSP and peer and remunerative price in India, consider the following statements. While minimum support price is announced for 22 mandated crops, FRP is specifically announced for Tukio fair and remunerative price is specifically announced for sugarcane based on the recommendations of the CSCP. FRP is announced for fair and remunerative price to sugarcane ওপৰত হয় নেকি এইটো কেনেকুৱা হ'ব sugarcane ক্ষেত্ৰত sugarcane আৰু বেলেগ crop কিয় বেলেগ হ'ব I don't think so এইটো incorrect হ'ব লাগে fair and remunerative price extreme value minimum support price difference in the constituted following. The A2 plus FL cost formula used for minimum support price calculation includes the actual expenses incurred by farmers plus the imputed value of family labor. A2 plus FL cost formula used for MSP calculation includes the actual expenses incurred by farmers plus the imputed value of family labor. Ayo, বুজি পোৱা নাই দেই ভালকে মই The Sugarcane Control Order 966 provides the legal statutory backing for the payment of fair remunerative price. Council Order 1996 provides the legal statutory backing for the payment of provides. Okay, so if it is then 1 and 3 should be correct, but the cost formula used for MSP calculation includes the actual expenses incurred by farmers plus the imputed value of family labor. How lage all should three should be correct, all three C to correct হৈ থাকিল জানো বা নাজানো অনুমান কৰি দি দিলো হৈ গল all three sentences are technically precise. The CCP Commission for Agricultural Costs and Prices recommends but for sugarcane it is called fair remunerative price. The A2 plus FL cost is the current benchmark. A2 plus FL cost is the current benchmark onto farmers' demand C2. The 1966 order ensures sugar mills pay farmers within 14 days. Sugar mill bilake farmers bilakok 14 দিনৰ ভিতৰতে পে কৰি দিব লাগে okay 1966 order আছে ন এটো ক্ষেত্ৰত fair remunerative price ৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত ন sugar কেনৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত valid হয় Question number 3. The Muamuriya Rebellion is often cited as a turning point in Ahom history. Which of the following were the deeper socio-economic causes behind this rebellion? Deeper socio-economic causes. Okay. The rigid imposition of the pike system, which led to the exploitation of the peasantry. Muamuriya Rebellion. Muamuriya Rebellion to pike system or impose কৰাৰ কাৰণে to নহয় এটো হ'ব নালাগে the rise of the Satras as alternative power centers that challenge the divine royalty of the Ahom Sagadios এটো হ'ব the Khel system's inability to adapt to the increasing monetary demands of the later Ahom state Muamuriya Rebellion মই পাহৰি থাকিলো Muamuriya Rebellion to যিবিলাক আছিলে কি কৈছিলে তাহাঁতক turning point in Ahom history. Sorry for this, but only 2 should be correct or what? এটো answer to দেখাই পালো মই ভালদৰে বুজি পোৱা নাই Muamuriya Rebellion to কি আছিলে এটো মই ভালকে মনত নাই Muamuriya Rebellion is often cited as a turning point in Ahom history. Which of the following with the deeper socio-economic causes behind this? Muamuriya Rebellion main কারণ কি আছিলে the rigid imposition of the pike system এটো হৈ বলে কটিকিটা হৈ বলে ন এটো মই ইনকাৰেক্ট বুলি ধৰি লৈছো দেই কাৰণ মই এনসাৰটো দেখা পাইছো so the rigid imposition of pike system which led to the exploitation of the peasantry or pike system or কাৰণে যেনবা খেতি কৰাত অসুবিধা হৈছিল okay the current ৰাজাক চাৰিজনৰে এজন ৰাজাক হায়াৰ কৰিব লাগে আৰু বাকি তিনিজনে চাৰিজনৰ খেতিটো চাব লাগে কোটি চাৰিজনৰে খেতি চাব লাগে যেটো এটা বাইকত চাৰিজনকে থাকে তেনেকে The rise of the Satras as alternative power centers that challenge the divine royalty of the Ahom Sargatias. Satra bilakor power to বাঢ়ি গৈছিলে ন আৰু সেইবিলাকে মানে অলপ হেৰি কৰিছিলে আৰু ন কি ক'ব কমপ্লেইন কৰিছিলে প্ৰতিবাদ কৰিছিলে এনেকুৱা The Khel system's inability to adapt to the increasing monetary demands of the later Ahom state. Khel system বিলাক মানে Ahom stateৰ মানে পইচা বিলাক ভালদৰে আদায় দিব পৰা নাছিলে যেটো নেকি পইচা বহুত বেছি দৰকাৰ হৈছিলে Khel systemটো কেনেকুৱা আছিলে হেটো মই পাহৰি থাকিলো কৰ লোৱাৰ হেটো আছিলে কি জানি Khel system কৰ দিয়া কিবা কোনটো কৰ দিব লাগে কিমান হেনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ আছিলে নেকি পাইক চিষ্টেমটো আৰু ছাৰ্ভিচ আছিলে অল দিছ আৰ কাৰেক্ট এণ্ড মহামুৰাৰ ৰিবেলিয়ন এনেকৈ হৈছিল এইবিলাক কাৰণৰ কাৰণে হৈছিলে behind this rebellion these were the reasons or causes for Mahamuraya rebellion all three were correct quote question no the rebellion was not just religious Mayamara Mohanto versus Queen Fuleshwari yes dito Shiva Singhৰ আছিলে Queen Fuleshwari আৰু যিবিলাক মায়ামৰা মহন্ত এইটোতো মই জানো এই যে মায়ামৰা মহন্তবিলাকক কিবা তেজ লগাই দিছিলে কিবা এনেকৈ মানে সিহঁতে লাহে লাহে খং উঠিছিলে The rebellion was not just religious ধৰ্মৰে মাত্ৰ নাছিলে ফাৰ্ষ্ট ষ্টাৰ্টেড বিটুইন মায়ামৰা মহন্তবিলাক এইটোতো মায়ামৰা মহন্তবিলাকক কিবা আৰু বেলেগ নাম আছিলে ভাৰ্চেছ কুইন ফুলেশ্বৰী যিটো প্ৰথমে আছিলে এইটো অম্বিকা নে কিবা নাম আছিলে পাহৰি থাকিলোঁ মই it was a systematic collapse আৰু এনেকৈ লাহে লাহে হৈছিলে এইটো যিটো মানে বিদ্ৰোহ হওক বা কিবা এনেকৈ হিংসা হওক কিবা হওক the Pike system was overstressed and Sotros provided a sense of egalitarian social security that home states hierarchy couldn't match okay লাষ্টত দুৰ্বল হৈ গৈছিলে ন আহোমৰ হেৰিবিলাক সেইকাৰণে মহামৰীয়া হেৰিবিলাক পাৱাৰফুল হৈ গৈছে okay question number 4 consider the following pairs of protected areas in Assam and the rivers flowing through them protected area rivers Kaziranga National Park Mora Dhonsiri and Diflu Mora Dhonsiri and Diflu Dhonsiri জানে নাযায় Dhonsiri এটা আছে ডিফ্লুটোতো যায় কাজিৰঙা নহয় এইটো হ'ব লাগে দেই এইটো হ'ব লাগে নামেৰি নেশ্যনেল পাৰ্ক নামেৰি জিয়া ভৰলি নামেৰিটো এইপিনে আছে নে এইপিনে আছে জিয়া ভৰলি ডিব্ৰু-চৈখোৱা নেশ্যনেল পাৰ্ক লোহিত আৰু ডিব্ৰু এইটোতো কাৰেক্ট হয় ডিব্ৰু-চৈখোৱাটো কাৰেক্ট এণ্ড ৰামনা নেশ্যনেল পাৰ্ক এইটো চনকচ এইটো হ'ব 3, 2 আৰু 1টো কাৰেক্ট হ'ব কাৰেক্টলি মেটচড বাকী নামেৰিটো নাজানো how many pairs are correctly matched নামেৰি নেশ্যনেল পাৰ্ক জিয়া ভৰলি গোটেইকেইটাই কাৰেক্ট হয় যেন লাগি আছে 2 নাম্বাৰটো নাজানো still I will choose for D yes D was the correct answer মানে নামেৰি নেশ্যনেল পাৰ্কটো জিয়া ভৰলি নদীৰ যায় আৰু this is an extreme value geography question yes Kaziranga is bounded by Brahmaputra north side Brahmaputra and Diflu Mora Dhonsiri south Namir is famous for the Jia Phorli Dibru-Chৈখোৱা is an island formed by Brahmaputra and Lohit and Lohit is on the north and Dibru is on the south okay and Brahmaputra is also there Ramana Assam's 6th national park that is Ramana is the 6th national park is bounded by the Songos river on the west okay Sikhna Huluzar Neki that is also a new national park 7th Sikhna Huluzar national park somewhere in Kokrajhar and Sirang somewhere I think so not Sirang maybe Kokrajhar only Sonkos river on the west okay I could correct this one Question 5 regarding green hydrogen, which is a major focus in the Assam Green Hydrogen Policy 2024, consider the policy statements. It is produced through the electrolysis of water using renewable energy sources. Green hydrogen. Yes, yes, this is correct. Unlike blue hydrogen, green hydrogen production results in zero carbon dioxide emissions. The point of production itu paisilu agote moi aru itu correct hai. The National Green Hydrogen Mission aims to make India a global hub for the production and export of green hydrogen. Itu hobo lage kiano hobo to itu positive sensor kotha export koribo chesta koribo no. So all this correct. Yes, D. Yes, D is the correct answer. Green hydrogen jete production kore mane carbon dioxide emission zero hoy to janibo loga kotha to renewable energy dara kore na emission nohoy aro ei karone. Blue hydrogen is produced from natural gas. Blue hydrogen keneke hoy natural gas or dara hoy where emissions are captured. Emissions bilak capture kora hoy CCS. But green hydrogen is the cleanest. Green hydrogen zero hai no. Assam's Well India Limited has already commissioned India's first 99.9% pure green hydrogen pilot plant in Jorhat. 99.9% pure green hydrogen pilot plant is established in Jorhat recently, maybe in the first time. বহুত মানে এবাৰহে কৰিলে pure Jorhatot green hydrogen plant, almost 100% pure. Question number 6. With reference to the temple architecture of ancient and medieval India, consider the following statements. Temple architecture. The Nilasal style of architecture in Assam is a unique hybrid of the traditional Nagara style and the Islamic dome influence. Nagara style use kore neki? Nagara style or Islamic dome influence kore. Nilasaলত dome ase neki? Islamic বিলাকত যেনেকৈ দম থাকে এটা কলহ নিচিনা ওপৰত Nilasal style of architecture হ'ব পাৰে. In the Dravida to southern style of south, the Bimana is always a stepped pyramid that rises symmetrically, unlike the carved shikhara of North India. Carved shikhar to carved hoy no. North India bole carved hoy. মানে অলপ circular or half circular type অলপ কি ঘূৰণীয়া type. শিখৰা মানে হাইট মানে সব পইণ্ট টু highest point. Dravidian style of South Bimana is always a stepped pyramid. Khotkhoti nisina hoy no, pyramid nisina, and that rises geometrically, like the curved shikhar of the Bimana hobo pare de moi man bhalke sure no. The Besra style, which flourished under the Salukyas and Hoysalas, is a distinct combination of Nagara and Dravida features. It is correct hobo karon Besra style Nagara and Dravida northern or southern two style eri hoy symbolize hoy. Okay, so all this should be correct. C hoy dekha jabo all three. C, yes, C came to be the correct one. Unumanote hoy gol papeke. The Kamakya temple Nilasal style. Oh, Kamakya temple to Nilasal style hoy. Oh, moi deko bhabi ponasilo Nilasal mane to Kamakya Nilasal paharote ase. Features a modified dome eta ase janeba itu bole Islamic style hoy no. Islamic architecture which during the course or restoration over a Nagara base আৰু এইটো নাগাৰা পিছত হৈ বোলে না গছ ৰেষ্টৰিয়েশ্যন নাগাৰাটো আৰু নৰ্থাৰ্ণ হয় আৰু দ্ৰাবিড় ষ্টাইলটো চাউথাৰ্ণ হয় ন চ' নৰ্থাৰ্ণ ষ্টাইল ফ'ল' কৰিছে আৰু দিছ ইজ আ ক্লাছিক ডিষ্টিংশ্যন দ্ৰাবিড় ইজ ষ্টেপ দ্ৰাবিড়বিলাকৰ যিটো ষ্টেপবিলাক আছে য'ত কি বিমানা আছে সেইটো ষ্টেপ হয় নাগাৰাবিলাকৰ নৰ্থ ডেট ইজ নৰ্থ য়েছ ইজ কাৰ্ভিলিনিয়াৰ মানে কাৰ্বি মানে বেকা আৰু ন বেকা মানে হাফ ঠিক জনৰ নিচিনা হাফ জনৰ নিচিনা আৰু মানে কাৰ্ভ বেকা থেনু নিচিনা বেচৰা ইজ ইনডিড দ্য হাইব্ৰিড ষ্টাইল ফাউণ্ড ইন দ্য ডেকান বেচৰা ষ্টাইলটো যেনিবা নৰ্দাৰ্ণ আৰু কি ক'ব তাক দ্ৰাবিড় এণ্ড নাগাৰা ষ্টাইলৰ হাইব্ৰিড হয় যেনিবা কিন্তু এইটো বেচিকেলি ফাউণ্ড ইন ডেকান চাউথাৰ্ণ হেৰিত বেছিকৈ পায় আৰু ন চাউথাৰ্ণ চাইডত যেনিবা কি কয় দ্ৰাবিড় ষ্টাইল এণ্ড বেচৰা ষ্টাইল মিনছ বেছি দেখা পাই যায় significant or no. They consider the following statements regarding the Karbi Anglong Plateau of Assam. It is geologically an extension of the Shillong Plateau and is part of the Indian Peninsula Shelf. Correct. It is separated from the Meghalaya Plateau by the Kopili Fault. Kopili Fault, yes, Kopili Fault to মেঘালয় আৰু কিবা কয় কাৰ্বি প্লেটুটো ছেপাৰেট কৰে কপিলিটো যোনটো কপিলি হাইড্ৰ' ইলেক্ট্ৰিক পাৱাৰ প্ৰজেক্ট আছে নহয় ডিমা হাছাও মেঘালয়ৰ হেৰিত পৰা পানী যায় কেনে ডিমা হাছাওৰ পাহাৰটো ডিমা হাছাওৰ কপিলি হাইড্ৰ' ইলেক্ট্ৰিক পাৱাৰটো এচিডিক হৈছে পানীটো আৰু এইটো অলপ মানে এফেক্ট কৰে কেনেকৈ বা ইলেক্ট্ৰিচিটি প্ৰডিউচ কৰোঁতে এফেক্টিভ হয় মানে প্ৰব্লেম কৰে সেইটো নাজানো এচিডিক হোৱাৰ কাৰণে পানীটো এনিৱেজ এইটো কাৰেক্ট হয় কপিলি ফল্টটোৱে মেঘালয় আৰু মানে কপিলিটোৱে মানে হেৰি কৰি ছেপাৰেট কৰি দিয়ে ফল্ট টেকটনিক ডিপ্ৰেশ্যন ফল্ট মানে খোলা আগতে হেৰি হোৱা জুইন হোৱা এটা হেৰি আৰু ন ভিতৰত এইটো আপোনালোকে বুজি পাব ফলক বুলি কয় কিবা কয় নেকি দ্য প্লেট সেনেকুৱা নিচিনা এইটো ফল্টটো অলপ সৰু নেকি দ্য প্লেটু ইজ প্ৰাইমাৰলি কম্প'জড অফ Proterozoic rocks and is rich in limestone and kaolin deposits. এইটো কাৰেক্ট হ'ব লাইমষ্টোনটো আছে তাতে বহুত বেছি মেঘালয় কিবা কয় কাৰ্বি হেৰিত এণ্ড প্ৰটেৰজয়িক ৰক বুলি কয় এইটো এটা টাইম পিৰিয়ড হৈ পায় যেতিয়া নেকি ৰকটো সৃষ্টি হয় হেৰি হৈছিলে লাইমষ্টোন ইন কেওলিন ডিপজিট বহুত পৰিমাণে আছে ন অল দিজ আৰ কাৰেক্ট D, yes, D is the correct answer. Many candidates mistake Karbi Anglong for part of the Himalayan system. Karbi Anglong to Himalayan system no hai, but people make mistakes, okay, because of its elevation. But it is actually a detached piece of the Deccan Plateau. Deccan Plateau detached, mane separate hua, picher ki. The Kopili River flows through the fault, separating it from the Meghalaya. With reference to the Biimstek Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral, Technical, and Economic Cooperation, consider the following statements. Biimstek. It includes all members of the SAC organization except for Pakistan and Afghanistan. Biimstek except SACৰ member SACত পাকিস্তানো আছিল মানে পাকিস্তান আৰু আফগানিস্তান বিমষ্টেকতো পাকিস্তান নাই আফগানিস্তানো নাই হ'ব লাগেতো yes আফগানিস্তানো নাই বিমষ্টেকত so this is correct the Bangkok Declaration is the founding document of this grouping Bangkok Declaration is the founding document of this grouping হ'ব পাৰে কাৰণ বেংককৰ লগত ভাল এটা ৰিলেভেন্স আছে under the master plan for transport connectivity, the Caledon Multimodal Transit Project. Caledon Multimodal Transit Project itu Myanmar ase bothai kiba Myanmar lot link ase project is a key Biimstek founded project funded project এইটো all are correct হ'ব লাগে এইটো প্ৰথমটো includes all sub member হ'ব লাগে এইটো হ'ব লাগে so all three should be correct only two হে correct হ'ল বোলে কোনবাটো এটা ভুল আছে so এইটো হেৰি হৈ গ'ল চাও কোনটো ভুল হৈছে 1 2 ইনকাৰেক্ট হৈ বোলে এইটো মালদ্বীপ ইজ আ শাক এইটো পাইছিলোঁ মালদ্বীপ ইজ ইন শাক মালদ্বীপটো শাকত আছে বাট নট ইন বিমষ্টেক এইটোহে কাৰেক্ট আছে এইটো ভুল হৈছে পাকিস্তান এণ্ড আফগানিস্তান আৰ ইন দ্য বিমষ্টেক অলছ' so Maldives was only the exceptional one between bimstek and SARC Maldives to SARC আছে but not in the BIMSTEC okay Statement was correct. Correct it was. It was established in 1997 by the Bangkok Declaration. Bangkok Declaration it case like BIMSTEC to Bay of Bengal Initiative for multi case for multi Bay of Bengal Initiative for multi-sectoral, technical and multi-sectoral technical and economic cooperation. Technical or economic cooperation কৰে ন তো 1997 দিছিলে Bangkok Declarationৰ দ্বাৰা connectivity is a core pillar and Kaladan project connecting Kolkata to Situe Myanmar yes Kolkataৰ পৰা Myanmar Situe যিটো কি ক'ব seaport সেইটোলৈকে হেৰি কৰিছিলে না কানেকশ্যন is vital for North-East India's Act-East policy yes North-East India's Act-East policy লগত এটা ভাল হেৰি আৰু ন ৰিলেশ্যন Science and environment consider the following statements regarding bioremediation techniques often used in well spill sites like Pakistan in Assam or bioremediation techniques bioremediation technique কেনেকুৱা বা টেকনিক আৰু এইটো ন ৱেল স্পিল হৈ থাকে ন বাগজানত জুই জ্বলি থাকে পানী ওলাই দমকলত দি ক'ৰবাত দি এনেকৈ কুঁৱা খন্দিলে পেট্ৰল পানী ওলাই Phytoremediation uses microorganisms to degrade contaminants in the soil. Phyto মানেতো microorganism হ'ব লাগে uses microorganisms to degrade contaminants in the soil. Contaminants phytoremediationত মানে microorganisms বিলাকে মাটিৰ লেতেৰা হোৱাটো কমাই দিয়ে কণ্টামিনেশ্যন মানে বেয়া হোৱা লেতেৰা হোৱা বিশুদ্ধ হোৱাটো কমাই দিয়ে বোলে Bioventing involves the injection of air or oxygen into the soil to stimulate the growth of indigenous bacteria. Bioventing. Bioventing involves the injection of air or oxygen into the soil to stimulate the growth of indigenous bacteria. হ'ব পাৰে অক্সিজেন ভৰাই দিয়ে মাটিৰ ভিতৰত তেতিয়া মাটিৰ ভিতৰত থকা বেক্টেৰিয়াবিলাক বেছি বৃদ্ধি পায় Bioaugmentation involves adding oxygenous external specialized microbes to the contaminated environment to strengthen the degradation process. Bioaugmentation involves adding exogenous external specialized microbes to the contaminated environment to strengthen the degradation process. All এইটো বস্তুটো টেকনিক্যালি সবখিনি হ'ব লাগে কিন্তু কোনটো ক্ষেত্ৰত মানে হেৰি এইটো all should be correct I guess which of them are correct গোটেইকেইটাই হ'ব লাগে গোটেইকেইটা দি দিওঁ দি ওৱান টু ফুল হ'লে এইটো ওৱান টু ফুল থাকিলে so this is incorrect. Bioventing involves the injection of air and oxygen into the soil to stimulate the growth of indigenous bacteria, and bioaugmentation involves adding exogenous external specialized microbes specialized microbes to the contaminated environment to strengthen the degradation process. এইবিলাক মানে এনভাইৰনমেণ্টত যিটো ডিগ্ৰেডেশ্যন হয় সেইটো হেৰি কৰে আৰু ন মাইক্ৰ'ববিলাক হেৰি কৰি কিনে এৰি দি কিনে এনভাইৰনমেণ্টটো ক্লিয়াৰ কৰে আৰু এইপিনে চইলৰ যিটো ইণ্ডিজিনাছ বেক্টেৰিয়া থাকে সেইবিলাক হেল্ডি কৰিবৰ কাৰণে অক্সিজেন এৰি দিয়ে কিন্তু ফাইটোৰেমিডিয়েশ্যনত মাইক্ৰ' অৰ্গানিজম ইউজ নকৰে তাৰমানে কিবা কৰে because phytoremediation uses plants. Phyto means plants use kore, not microorganism use nokore, plants use kore phytoremediation. Okay, to remove or neutralize pollutants bilak remove korbar karone microorganism use nokore but plant use kore in respect of phytoremediation. Using microbes is broadly termed microbial bioremediation আৰু microbes use কৰে সেইটো হ'ল microbial that is bioremediation, that is microorganism. Okay, question number 10, with reference to the Treaty of Gilazarikhat 1663 Treaty of Gilazarikhat 1663 to হৈছিল no consider the following statements. It was signed between the Ahom King Zaita Singha and the Mughal General Mir Jumla. Ahom King Zaita Singha and Mir Jumla 1663. বৰ লাগেতো পাহৰি থকা নিচিনা হৈ গ'ল ন Zaita Singha and Mughal General Mir Jumla. As part of the treaty, the Ahams had to cede all territory west of Porali River to the Mughals. Porali River west side to Mughal develop isolated. The treaty forced the Ahom king to send his daughter Romanigapur to Mughal. Itu correct hoy. The Gilazarikhat Treaty of Gilazarikhat Zaita Singha and the Mughal General Mir Jumla. All these are correct. That is D. Yes, D is correct answer. Zaita Singha and Mir Jumla. It was a humiliating treaty for the Ahams for following Mir Jumla's invasion. It said humiliating treaty for the Ahams following Mir Jumla's invasion. It at the stage of Sakarda Singha and Lasit Barfukan to reclaim the lost glory during ultimately to the Battle of Saraighat, leading ultimately to the Battle of Saraighat in 1671. যিটো লাচিত বৰফুকন আছিলে তো চক্ৰধৰ সিংহৰ হেৰিতে আছিলে ৰাজপ্ৰাসাদতে আছিলে ন লাচিত বৰফুকন যিটো বৰফুকন আছিল সেনাপতি নিচিনা এইটো মানে হেৰি কৰিছিলে আৰু ৰিকভাৰ কৰিছিলে এইটো জয়ধ্বজ সিংহৰ দিনত যিটো Gilazarikhatত 1663 লুজ কৰিছিলে পৰলীৰ ৱেষ্টাৰ্ণ লেণ্ড চাইডৰ লেণ্ডবিলাক সেইটো ৰিকভাৰ কৰিছিলে চক্ৰধৰ সিংহ এণ্ড লাচিত বৰফুকনৰ যিটো Saraighat Battle of Saraighat 1671. Okay, what should I do? Question number 11, with reference to the Charter Act of 1833, consider the following statements. It ended the activities of the East India Company as a commercial body, making it a purely administrative body. by reference to the Charter Act 1833. It ended the activities of the East India Company as a commercial body, making it a purely administrative body. The activities of the East India Company as a commercial body, making it a purely administrative body. It attempted to introduce a system of open competition for the selection of civil servants, but was unsuccessful due to opposition of the Court of Directors. It designated the Governor General of Bengal as the Governor General of India and vested in him all civil and military powers. It deprived the governors of Bombay and Madras of their legislative powers. With reference to the Charter Act of 1833, consider the following statements. Charter Act 1833 কি আসলে? 1833 ended the activities of the East India Company as a commercial body, making it a purely administrative body. এইটো correct হয় দেই। 1833 Charter Actৰ দ্বাৰা যিটো ইষ্ট ইণ্ডিয়া কোম্পানীৰ হেৰি আছিলে কমাৰ্চিয়েল যিটো হেজমনি আছিলে এইটো কিবা চেণ্টাৰে সেইটো হেৰি কৰিছিলে। It attempted to introduce a system of open competition for the selection of civil servants, but was unsuccessful due to opposition from the Court of Directors. Itu হয় না নহয় civil servants বিলাক itu সময়তে কৰিছিলে নেকি open কৰিছিলে open মানে selection কৰ it designated to the Governor General of Bengal as the Governor General of India. Yes, itu correct হ'ব লাগে and vested in him all civil and military powers. Yes, 1 and 3 to correct হ'ব লাগে. It deprived the governors of Bengal and Madras of their legislative powers. Yes, all 1, 2, 1, 3, 4 to correct হ'ব লাগে. To introduce a system of open competition for the selection of civil servants, but was unsuccessful due to opposition from the Court of Directors. হ'ব লাগে 1, 3, 4 to correct হ'ব লাগে given a correct হ'ব পাৰে 2 নম্বৰটো হ'ব পাৰে but which should I choose 3 or 4? Okay, all 4 choose কৰি দিওঁ হ'লে হ'ল নহ'লে নহ'ল দিয়ে হৈ গ'ল কাৰেক্ট হৈ গ'ল মানে এনেকৈ আৰু all 4 are hallmarks of the 1833 Act, often called the final step towards centralization. Centralized কৰিছিলে open competition was proposed in 1833 but only successfully implemented later by the Charter Act 1853. The open competition হৈছিল for the selection of civil servants. Regarding India's external debt and macro stability as of early 2026, consider the following. Including India's external debt, macro stability, money kiba. As of early 2026, consider the following. External debt as a percentage of GDP has slightly risen compared to 2024. GDP অলপ grow হৈছে নেকি hovering around 19%. GDP 2024 90% grow হৈছে নেকি হ'বতো লাগে commercial borrowings ECBs itu kiba commercial borrowings bole constitute the largest component of India's external debt. Commercial borrowing of India's external debt commercial borrowing এর বড়াই বেশি হয় নাকি সবচেয়ে যেটো external debt লো ইন্ডিয়ায় India's foreign exchange reserves are currently sufficient to cover more than 10 months of imports. হয় নেকি এইটোতো not possible I think. Foreign exchange বিলাক service reserves are currently sufficient to cover more than 10 months of imports. বাপৰে import নোহোৱাকৈ চলিব পাৰিব নেকি? Not possible. So 1 and 2 should be correct. So A is going to be the correct I think. Oh sorry. গোটেইকেইটাই correct হয় wrong হৈ থাকিলে D বিলাকে বেছি correct হয় ন Indiaৰ foreign exchange reserves বহুত আছে তাৰমানে আৰু 10 মাহৰ কাৰণে সেইটো চলি যাব As of the latest 25-26 economic data, debt to GDP remained stable but saw a marginal upstick. Stabilized into marginal upstick of 19.1%. Components ECBs to commercial borrowings to and NRI National Restoration Kibaita NRI National Registry of India again. Deposits remained national revenue imports net revenue imports remain the primary drivers of external debt components ECBs and NRI deposits remain the primary drivers of external debt forex reserves to key asile forex reserves reached approximately $700 billion by late 2025 providing a robust import cover. Okay, the Pitch India Act of 1784 is significant in Indian history because Pitch India Act 1784 it established a bond of control to manage political affairs, creating a system of double government. Pitch India Act. Established a board of control to manage political affairs, creating a system of double government. I don't know. For the first time, the company's territories in India were called British possessions in India. It gave the British government supreme control of the company's affairs and its administration in India. For the first time, the company's territories in India were called British possessions in India in 1784, Pitch India Act. It gave the British government supreme control of the company's affairs and its administration. হ'ব লাগে 1784 হ'ব লাগে 3 to বোলে first time government territories India হ'ব লাগে board of control to manage political affairs হ'ব লাগে দে all 3 should be correct yes D correct হ'ল টিবিলাক কিয় ইমান correct দিছে ইয়াতে নাজানো দে This act rectified the defects of the 1773 1773 regulating act হৈছিলে এইটো ডিফেক্ট আছিলে ডিফেক্ট মানে কি ব্ৰিটিছৰ কাৰণে ডিফেক্ট আছিলে It separated the commercial court of directors and political separated court of directors to commercial into court of directors and political board of control functions of the company commercial আৰু ইপিনে political বস্তুটো separate কৰি দিছিলে With reference to the Assam budget 2026 consider the following statements regarding the Arunodaya 3.0 scheme. The monthly financial assistance has been increased 1,500 per beneficiary family. Yes, it aimed to cover approximately 30 lakh families across the state. 30 lakh family, no, so 40 lakh has approximately question, no? 40 lakh has The scheme now includes a green bonus for families maintaining household plantains. Now includes a green bonus for families maintaining household plantations. It হয় নেকি? গ্ৰীণ বোনাছ দিছে নেকি ঘৰত যদি কিবা খেতি কৰে এইটোতো হ'ব নালাগে নহ'লেতো হ'ব নহ'লে দেখানে দেই গ্ৰীণ বোনাছ দিছে নেকি 3.0 তো শুনা নাই 1 and 2 তো কাৰেক্ট হ'ব লাগে বাট এইটো স্কিম now includes a green bonus for families maintaining household plantation. এইটোতো এক্সেপশ্যনেল নহ'ব কাৰণ এইটো 1500ৰ পৰা আৰু কেনেকৈ আৰু পইচা দিব আৰু বঢ়াব এইটো গ্ৰীণ বোনাছ এইটোতো প্লেণ্টেশ্যনৰ ওপৰত নহয় গ্ৰীণ বোনাছ মানে যিটো বাঢ়াই দিছে 250 টকা সেইটোতো পেট্ৰলৰ পেট্ৰলৰ কি কয় চিলিণ্ডাৰৰ দাম বঢ়াৰ কাৰণে দিছে চ' এইটো হ'ব লাগে My God, which is correct means only one is correct bole. এইটোহে বুজি নাপালো কেনেকৈ ওৱানে কাৰেক্ট হৈ থাকিলে অ'কে এইটো ইনকাৰেক্ট হৈ গ'ল যিয়ে নহওক এইটো এক্সপ্লেনেশ্যনত কি আছে এটাকে চাব লাগিব 1 to be incorrect while 3.0 expanded coverage distance assistance remains assistance bole 1250 আছে unless specific festive top-ups are announced কিন্তু কি কথা হ'ল দুটো বাঢ়িছিলে the target is with roughly 30 to 32 lakh households 3 is incorrect there is no such green bonus component within the UNODE 3.0 framework green initiatives are handed under the minister's institutional plantation 3 to যেনিবা নহয় এইটো বোলে গ্ৰীণ বনাছটো বোলে চিফ মিনিষ্টাৰ্ছ ইনষ্টিটিউচনেল প্লেণ্টেশ্যনতহে বাট এইটো 1 to কেনেকৈ ভুল থাকিব এছিষ্টেঞ্চ ৰিমেইনছ একেই আছে বোলে স্পেচিফিক ফেষ্টিভ টপ আপছ আৰ এনাউন্সড ফেষ্টিভ টপ আপ মানে হেৰি কৰে আৰু ন ফেষ্টিভেলৰ কাৰণে বঢ়াই দিয়ে মানে কিবা এটা উৎসৱ হ'ল উৎসৱৰ নামত বঢ়াই দিয়ে আৰু কি যেনিবা 100 টকা তেতিয়া 1500 হৈছে হ'ব পাৰে কাৰেক্ট হ'ব পাৰে ইনক্ৰিজড কিন্তু হ'ব পাৰে কিন্তু ফেষ্টিভেলৰ সময়তে হয় আৰু কি হয় আৰু তেনেকৈ অ'কে ঠিকে আছে এইটো গেছৰ হেৰিতহে বঢ়াই দিয়া বুলি শুনিছিলোঁ 100 টকা Consider the following statements about core inflation in the Indian context. Core inflation. It is a measure of inflation that excludes highly volatile items like food and fuel. Ito paisilu korbat pahori thekilu. Core inflation মানে it is a measure of inflation that excludes highly volatile items like food and fuel. এইবিলাক এক্সক্লুড কৰি দিয়ে নেকি কৰ ইনফ্লেশ্যনত নধৰে নেকি volatile নেকি If the RBI adopts a hawkish monetary policy stance, it typically means it is likely to decrease the repo rate to control core inflation. hawkish monetary policy stance. It typically means it is likely to decrease the repo rate to control the core inflation. A rise in inflation implies a period of price increases following a period of economic contraction. Itu correct হয় itu reflation কৈছে ন a rise in reflation period of price increases contraction বস্তুবিলাক মই ভালকৈ বুজি পোৱা নাই ইয়াৰ নাজানো ইমান ইকনমিক্সৰ এইটো only one হয় নেকি এইটোতো 3 টো হ'ব নালাগে মোৰ মতে এইটো ৰিফ্লেশ্যনটো হ'ব না ৰিফ্লেশ্যনত মানে ইনফ্লেশ্যন হ'লেহে প্ৰাইচৰ বস্তুৰ দাম বাঢ়ে implies a period of price increase মানে কি ইনফ্লেশ্যন হোৱা তো ৰিফ্লেশ্যন নহ'ব and 3 is 1 and 2 1 and 2 তো অপশ্যনেই নাই so only 1 টোৱে হ'ব লাগে দেই only 1 দি হ'লে হ'ল নহ'লে 1 and 3 কাৰেক্ট আছিলে so ভুল হৈ গ'ল RBI adopts a hawkish monetary policy to fully money নহয় developments it is likely to decrease the repo rate control of to নহ'ব repo rate to core inflation it is a measure of inflation that excludes highly volatile items like food and fuel core inflation যেনিবা food আৰু fuelৰ প্ৰাইচবিলাক ধৰা নহয় a rise in reflation implies a period of price increases following a period of economic contraction okay to if থাকাৰ কাৰণে হেৰি হৈ গ'ল বোধহয় ফুল হৈ গ'ল বোধহয় statement 1 is correct core inflation focuses on the underlying trend of removing volatile food or fuel prices core inflation food or fuel price include নহয় second 2 is incorrect a hawkish stance means the RBI is likely to increase rates to suck out liquidity and fight inflation or hawkish stance RBI যিটো hawkish stance লয় সেইটো মানে দাম বঢ়াই দিয়ে মানে is to increase rates liquidity মানে বন্ধ কৰিবৰ কাৰণে and inflation বন্ধ কৰিবৰ কাৰণে ৰেট বঢ়াই দিয়ে মানে so that liquidity and fight inflation and deflation inflation মানে বস্তুৰ দাম বাঢ়ি যায় ন টকাৰ ভ্যালু কমি যায় increases rates মানে টকাৰ ভ্যালু বঢ়াই দিয়ে এনেকুৱা হৈ যাব নেকি এনেকৈ হ'ব reflation is an intentional act reflation by intentional act by the government or central bank to stimulate the economy okay whatever with reference to the Satya culture and the institution of Satya in Assam consider the following statements the Monikut is the sanctorum of the Namkor where the Bhagavad Purana is placed on the Thapana Monikut Bhagavad Thapana etu হ'ব লাগে তো মণিকুটটো ক'ত আছিলে মণিকুট চবচে ঔষধ থকা বস্তু Net Hapunar, I have doubt on it. Onkianat is a unique form of one-act play introduced by, yes, Sangateva, which exclusively uses the Brazili language. It's correct, right? Brazili language is correct. The Sutra dance was recognized as one of the eight classical dances of India by the Sangeeta Academy in 2000. It correct, right? 2 and 3 to correct, right? And Monikut. Monikut is the sanctorum. পবিত্ৰ স্থান বুলি কয় নেকি এইটো এইটো বুজি নাপালোঁ দেই এই চেংটাম চেক্টৰামটো of the Namkhor where the Bhagavad Purana is placed on the Thapana. Oh, হয় এইটো কাৰেক্ট হ'ব থাপনাটো থৈ দিয়ে কিন্তু মণিকোটটোহে এইটো চেংটাম চেক্টৰাম হ'ব লাগে এইটো হয় so all are correct D yes this is the correct answer. Monikot houses a house of jewels. Yes, house of jewels is the most sacred. Oh yes, Pavitra Sthan bole no sacred sanctum, sectorum Pavitra Sthan. Sacred part of Namkor. Yes, yes. Okay. Match the following Saddarsanas Orthodox schools of Indian philosophy with their primary exponents. School or exponent. Nyaya itu Gautama, Vaisesika, Kannada, Samkhya, Kapila, Mimamsa, Jamini. পাহৰি থাকিলোঁ মই গৌতমাটো ন্যায়টো হয় বৈশেষিকাটো কানাডা হয় সংখ্যা কপিলি মীমাংসা জামিনী all these are correct. Yes, all these are correct. All four. Yes, all these are correct. Nya Gautama, Vaisheshika Kannada, Samkhya Kapila, and Mimamsa Jamini. Okay, focuses on logic. Factual question, yes. Yeah, it focuses on logic. Vaisheshika introduces the atomic theory. Anu. Vaisheshika. Anu. That is Kannada. Okay. Samkhya is the oldest school. Dualism of Purusha and Prakriti. Samkhya is the oldest Kapilana of oldest school. Dualism of Purusha and Prakriti. Samkhya to oldest school. सबसे पुरानी मीमांसा that is emphasizes the authority of the Vedas and rituals. Mimamsa emphasizes the authority of Vedas and Veda and ritual. Question the following statements regarding Yandabu Treaty of 1826. It was signed between British East India Company and the King of Burma. By this treaty, Burma renounced all claims over Assam. By this treaty, Burma renounced all claims over Assam, Kashmir, and Zendia. Yes, this is correct. David Scott was appointed as the first agent of the Governor General for the new Lakewood territories of Assam. It is correct. All three are correct. D. Yes. Q iman D answer. Wait. The treaty marked the end of the First Anglo-Burmese War and the beginning of British rule in Assam. David Scott's role is pivotal in the early administrative set of the non-regulated system, with reference to the town planning of the Indus Valley civilization considered the point extreme value statements. Indus Valley civilization town planning. While most urban cities were divided into two parts, Citadel and Lower Town, Tolabira was unique for being divided into three parts. Itu nasanude hobo pare inato Citadel or Town Tolabira will 3 part to divide city two. I don't know. Sanhudaro is the only urban city without a fortified citadel. Naipule, Sanhudaro. The use of burnt bricks is in construction of a common feature in the urban civilization. generally absent in contemporary Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia যিটো মেচপটামিয়া মানে সেই পাৰ্চিয়ান ইৰাক ইৰাণীবিলাকৰ হ'ব ন এনেকৈ আছিলে ৱেষ্ট এছিয়ান হেৰিটো মেচপটামিয়া তাত বাৰ্ণ ব্ৰিক্স ব্যৱহাৰ নকৰিছিলে নেকি হ'ব পাৰে আই ডোন্ট নো কেনেকৈ নহ'ব তাত ব্ৰিক্স ব্যৱহাৰ নকৰে বাৰ্ণ ব্ৰিক্স ব্যৱহাৰ নকৰে বাট boulder ব্যৱহাৰ কৰে capacity with a fortified citadel without a fortified citadel all three should be correct all three দি দিও হলে হল নহলে নাই C D D D D D D D correct হৈ থাকিলে খালি D হয় তাৰ মানে D চুজ কৰিলে correct হৈ যাব এনেকা হল কানা মানে okay exceptions often tested Tholabira Gujarat had a middle town means Citadel asile and কি আছিলে Citadel and lower town or middle town asile Tholabira and Sanudaro that is Sindh lacked fortification to Citadel fortification asile the widespread use of standardized burned bricks is a hallmark for Indus-Valley civilization and compared to the sun-dried bricks of Mesopotamia Mesopotamia the burned brick nasile sun-dried dead-dried Anderson okay in the context of civil services the term anonymity refers to some of the following anonymity civil services or term anonymity মানে চুপচাপ থাকা নেকি মানে নিৰপেক্ষ থাকা খুজিব নেকি anonymity to stay neutral লাগে মোৰ অনুমান the duty of a civil servant to remain hidden from the public eye anonymous to stay in disguise to stay hidden from the public eye at all times এইটোতো নহয় এইটোতো একজেক্ট সদায়তো নহ'ব পাব্লিক ডিউটি ছাৰ্ভিচ কৰিব আৰু পাব্লিকৰ পৰা আঁতৰি থাকিব কেনেকুৱা the principle that civil servants should provide neutral advice to administrators and remain paid since what the minister takes public responsibility হ'ব পাৰে the right of the civil servant is to keep financial base of whistling into second would be the principle that civil servants should provide neutral advice to ministers and to remain behind the scenes while the minister takes public responsibility this is it ministerক এডভাইচ দিব পাৰে কিন্তু মিনিষ্টাৰৰ ওপৰত হ'ব নোৱাৰে এইটোৱে আৰু সেইকাৰণেতো উন্নতি নাই দেশৰ মিনিষ্টাৰবিলাক মূৰ্খ হ'লেও চিভিল চাৰ্ভেণ্টৰ তলতীয়া হৈ থাকিব লাগে চিভিল চাৰ্ভেণ্টবিলাক আগবাঢ়িব নোৱাৰে মানে সেনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ আৰু চিভিল চাৰ্ভেণ্টক দোষ দিয়ে কিন্তু উপায় নাই চিভিল চাৰ্ভেণ্টৰ সেইখিনি পাৱাৰ নাথাকে anonymity ৰাখিবই লাগে anonymity matter neutrality okay along with neutrality and impartiality partial হ'ব নালাগে unbiased হ'ব লাগে ন forms the iron triangle of unbiased বুলি ক'ব নোৱাৰি but গভৰ্ণমেণ্টৰ ফালে বেছি আৰু কি মানে ছাপৰ্টিভ হৈ থাকিব লাগে সদায় forms the iron triangle of classical civil services value পুৰণি আৰু এইটো it ensures that the permanent executive bureaucracy remains shielded from political winds while the political executive minister is accountable to parliament Question number 21 regarding the COP29 conference of parties held in Baku, Azerbaijan. Consider the following statements. COP29 held in Baku, Azerbaijan. A major outcome was the operationalization of the new collective quantified goal for climate finance to replace the previous US dollar 100 billion target. The loss and damage fund was formally integrated into the World Bank as an interim host for its initial years. The loss and damage fund was formally integrated into the World Bank as an interim host for its initial years. India advocated for the inclusion of social forestry as a primary carbon credit mechanism under Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement. How many of them are correct? No. A major outcome was the personalization of the new collective quantified goal for climate finance to replace the previous US dollar 100 billion target. The loss and damage fund was formally integrated into the World Bank as an interim host for its initial years. Damage fund. To not work as an interim host. India advocated for the inclusion of forestry. Social forestry as a primary carbon credit mechanism and একো নাজানো সেইবিলাক চ' যিটো একো নাজানো সেইটো গোটেইকেইটা দিয়া ভাল অল থ্ৰী হ'লে হ'ল নহ'লে নাই এইটো অনলি টু কাৰেক্ট আছিলে চ' এইটো ফুল হৈ থাকিল কোনটো কেইটা ভুল হ'ল 1 নম্বৰ কাৰেক্ট বোলে এতিয়া 2 নম্বৰ কাৰেক্ট 3 নম্বৰটো ফুল India advocated for the inclusion of social forestry as a primary carbon credit mechanism under Article social forestry the carbon credit mechanism primary area আছিলে বুলি কৈছে ন এইটো নহয় তাৰমানে এইটো তাতো কাৰেক্ট হয় COP 29 November 24 to January 25 follow up they focused heavily on setting a new financial target for 2025 onwards. Statement 2 is correct. The loss and damage fund is indeed being hosted by the World Bank as an interim measure. Okay. Statement 3 is incorrect. While India supports forestry, the specific negotiation at COP29 under Article 6.4 was focused on the global carbon market standards and removals frameworks, not specifically social forestry as the primary mechanism. Question 22. Consider the following peers regarding the Assam budget 25-26 announcements, initiative or objective. Okay, Assam budget or Assam budget initiative and objective. Nijot Moinaz came monthly stipend. Correctly match no monthly stipend to girl students to prevent child marriage. Yes. Eto hoy CM Himant cares. CM Himant cares ki eneki. Minister financial support for elderly citizens living in urban slums. এইটোতো হ'ব নালাগে এনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ কোনো এটা হেৰি নাই মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী নিযুত উৎসাহ কেণ্ডিডেটছ নিযুত উৎসাহ কেণ্ডিডেটছ ওৱান টাইম গ্ৰাণ্ট টু ছাকচেছফুল UPSC APSC preliminary candidates মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী নিযুত উৎসাহ candidates এইটোতো দেখা নাই মই শুনা নাই so only one should be the correct only one is there one entry এইটো আছে তাৰমানে মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী নিযুত উৎসাহ candidates এইটো আছে তেনেকৈ দিব পালোঁ জনা নাছিলোঁ প্ৰথম গম পালোঁ Nijut Moina provides 100 to 200 also 1,000 to 2,500 monthly to girls in higher secondary and degree classes degree will occur 2,500 to incentivize higher education to ensure there is no chief minister Humanitarian cares for urban slums. Elderly support is generally covered under Urnodoy or Kusal Core pension scheme. Okay. Third number two. This is a reward scheme to encourage youth from Assam to excel in civil service examinations. PM or PM নহয় কি আছিলে মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী নিযুত উৎসাহ কেন্দ্ৰিত নিযুত উৎসাহ মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী নিযুত উৎসাহ okay to with reference to the literary works of the Mughal era consider following statements. Hamzanama, the first major painting project of Akbar's reign, was a Persian translation of the Indian Mahabharata. I don't know. The Tutinama tells of a period was an Indo-Persian work that popularized the use of vernacular Indian fables in the Persian court. The recitation of Shahjahan translated 50 Upanishads into Persian under the title of Sir-e-Akbar, the Great Secret. The recitation to two and three should be correct, and Hamzanama, the first major painting project of Akbar's reign, was a Persian translation of the Indian Mahabharata. Two and three correct B for the whole knowledge. B correct. B correct. Ito Hamzanama to all bilang channel like no. The Hamzanama is the story of Amir Hamza, uncle of Prophet, not the Mahabharata. The Persian translation of the Mahabharata is called Rasamnama. Okay. The Rasiko's work is a masterpiece of religious synchronism. Cinema is a classic example of Persian Indian literary fusion. Consider the following statements about the Mazuli project. Zorhat to Majoli. Mazuli Bridge project. Okay. Once completed, it will be the longest river bridge in India, surpassing the Bhupen Hazarika Setu. Hobaniki. I don't think so. It is being constructed over the Brahmaputra River to provide all-weather connectivity with the world's largest river island. The project is being funded primarily through the PM Divine Development Northeast India Prime Minister's Development Initiative for Northeast region. Itu how pare. 2 and 3 should be over. Once completed, it will be longest river in India. Over Brahmaputra Majuli Bridge. Over again. Itu no. Kiasi. Brahmaputra River. Bhupen Hazarika hitut ke dangor hobo niki lamba. Itu Bhupen Hazarika tu kiman asile? 19 kilometer asile bothai. 19.1 kilometer na kiba. Imman hokole pahari thabo bostu bilak. So yeah, not possible. So 2 and 3 are correct. C. Only 2 correct bole. All weather connectivity to weather process and under the Ministry of PM Divine Prime Minister's Development Initiative for Northeastern region. It to no politically no. Okay. Politically negative BC hoise hobo lagise. Majuli Bridge to 8.25 is shorter than the Bhubaneswar to over 9.15 asil to Bhubaneswar to 8.25 hobo kilometer approx. PM that is Divine Pansame Notice projects. The Majuli Road Bridge is primarily funded through the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Ministry of Road Transport and Highway. It was a national highway project. Okay. Regarding golden rice, which has been a topic of debate for introduction in Assam's platform regions, consider the following golden rice. It's genetically engineered to biosynthesize beta-carotene, precursor of vitamin A. The genes for beta-carotene production are beta-carotene production are derived from the daffodil plant and soil bacterium. In 2025, the Philippines became the first country in the world to successfully commercialize golden rice for human consumption. হ'ব পাৰে গোটেইখিনিয়ে correct হ'ব পাৰে এইটো. So all 3D মই correct. That is D. Yes. Philippines প্ৰথম হেৰি কৰিছিলে কমাৰ্চিয়েলাইজ কৰিছে এইটো গল্ডেন ৰাইচটো আৰু এইটো বেটা কেৰটিন থাকে ইয়াতে এ ভিটামিন আৰু এইটো ডেফোডিল প্লান্ট আৰু চেল বেক্টেৰিয়ামৰ পৰা হেৰি কৰিছিলে ডিৰেক্ট কৰিছিলে golden rice is often touted as a solution to vitamin A deficiency vitamin A deficiency in the context of some there is research into making this variety plant tolerant হয়তো submergence rice পানীত ডুবি থাকে যেনে to help food security during the monsoon. Okay, climate resilient variety. With reference to the Hindustan Socialist Republic Association, the Socialist Republic Association considered the following statements. It was Hindustan Socialist Republican Association. It was founded in 1928 at Firozpur, Kotla, Delhi by Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Chandrasekhar Azad. Hindustan Socialist Republican Association. Hindustan Socialist Republican Association to Hunana Silute Falke. 1928 at Firozpur, Kotla, Delhi. Bhagat Singh asle Hindustan Republic Association. Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Chandrasekhar Azad. I don't know. The organization officially accepted its ideology from individual heroism to mass-based socialist revolution. The manifesto of the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association was written on Bhagavati 7 Patra under the title of the bomb. The philosophy of the bomb. কি হিসেবে এইটো বুজি নাপাওঁতে কিন্তু correct হয়. The answer was written by Bhagavati Saran, that is Pohara. That's the philosophy of the bomb. The philosophy of the bomb. Itu hobon na lage. So itu hobon na lage. I think the philosophy of the bomb. It was founded in Firozpur, Kotla, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Chandrasekhar Azad. Then officially shifted its ideology. Hindustan Socialist Republican, that is association of heroism to mass-based socialist revolution to socialist revolution. Socialist revolution. The philosophy of the manifesto. Only 1 and 2 will get ADO. Go take it. So go take it to encourage particularly. Okay, the philosophy of bomb Asilana Bhagavati Saran Pohara. Manifesto of the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association. The transition from Hindustan Republican Association to its Hindustan Socialist Republican Association, I think socialist Makta shifted towards Marxist-Leninist principles. The philosophy of the bomb was written as a rebuttal to Mahatma Gandhi's article, The Cult of the Bomb. The Cult of the Bomb. Consider the following statements regarding the Ramona National Park and Dihing National Park. But Ramona is located in the Gosaigaon, that is Gosaigaon, Kokrajana subdivision, and forms a contiguous forest developed with Bhutan's Phipsu Wildlife Sanctuary. Yes, this is correct. Bhutan or Phipsu Wildlife Sanctuary. Dihingpatka is the only sanctuary in India, which is home to 7 different species of wild cats. Both these parks were notified as national parks in the year 2021. No, this is not correct. This is not correct. So only 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Okay. That is at 1 and 2 nahi. তেতিয়াহ'লে এতিয়া কি হ'ব পাৰি গোটেইকেইটাই হ'ব ডিহিংপাটকাই এণ্ড ৰামানা নেশ্যনেল পাৰ্ক এইটো 2021ত হ'ব লাগে দেই এইটো চিখনা জহুলাটোহে ওলাইছিল 2024ত হৈছিল চ' বহুত অফ দেম আৰ কাৰেক্ট 2021ত হৈছিলে দুটা ৰামানা নেশ্যনেল পাৰ্ক আৰু ডিহিংপাটকা নেশ্যনেল পাৰ্ক অ'কে ডি দিছ দ্য কাৰেক্ট আনচাৰ Back Delhi, that is 697, no? Oh, it is 7 number, very 8 number hall. Sikhna Zuhula National Park na kiba. Ito, Ramana is famous for golden langur and Dengpat is famous for is called Amazon of the East and critical habitat for the clouded leopard, marble cat and the golden cat are এনেকৈ 7টা species of cat আছে না 7 big species big cats. The Cunningham Circular 1930 played a significant role in the freedom struggle in Assam. What was its primary objective? Cunningham Circular in Assam, no? 1930. To ban the cultivation of opium, to prohibit students from participating. To be. The circular issued J.R. Cunningham required students and guardians to give an undertaking that they would not participate in politics. This led a massive student strike and establishment of national schools in Assam. With reference to the Chandrayaan-1 mission scheduled Gaganyaan mission 1 scheduled 25-26 consider the following statements. It is India's first human space flight mission intended to send a crew of three to an orbit of 400 kilometers for a 3-day mission. To the orbit of a crew of 3 to an orbit of 400 kilometers. The mission will utilize the LBM-3 launch vehicle Mark 3 rocket, which has been human-rated. Bomitra, a female humanoid robot, will be sent in the uncrewed missions preceding the actual human flight to Hawaii. To Gaganyaan to to look that follows Gaganyaan 1. First human Gaganyaan. To go to get a correct cover like LBM-3, which has been human rated. All 3 should be correct. All 3 correct. All 3 C. Yes, it's the correct answer. ISRO has successfully tested the crew escape system at the human right. That is crew escape 20 ancient launches in 2026 expected to be a landmark for India's indigenous space capabilities. Environment conservation ethics. The global biodiversity framework, often referred to as the 30 by 30 target, aims to reduce global carbon emissions by 30% by the year 2030. By 2030 itu ho, itu kari ko itu to the lot related to carbon emission biodiversity framework, biodiversity. No problem. Conserve at least 30% of the world's terrestrial and marine species by 2030. Conserve itu ho pare. Itu je to biodiversity no, diversity species or broad. So itu emission or broad no ho, biru broad ho lagi. Provide $30 billion to developing nations. Increase the population of 30% in the species in Southeast Asia by 30% by 2030. Conserve at least 30% of world's terrestrial and marine areas by 2030. Increase the population of 30 to endangered species in global biodiversity framework. Asia by 30% by 2030. Itu হ'ব পাৰে C2 D2 বেছি মানে ডিভিজন লাগে সেটা গ্লোবাল বায়োডাইভার্সিটি ফ্রেমওয়ার্ক target that is this is target no conserve at least no South Asia है ना बेटर होते हैं तो South Asia আছে ন এটোতো গ্লোবাল হয় ন so B হ'ব yes B South Asia আছিল নহয় D2 so B2 মানে অলপ গ্লোবাল এৰিয়া আছে ন. This was adopted at COP15 to the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, Kunming Montreal Agreement. It is a high priority topic for actions in 26 as nations report their initial progress. with reference to the Varna system during the Vedic period, considered for estimate in the early Vedic period, Varna was primarily based on occupation and division of labor rather than path allowed for social mobility. Varna was primarily based on occupation and division of labor. Based on occupation and division of labor rather than path. Yes, yes, it was. Hännequäsle rather than for social mobility. এইটো হ'ব লাগে বাৰ্থৰ লগতো ৰিলেটেড হয় আৰু এইটো লেবাৰ বেচিছ অকুপেশ্যন বেচিছ আছিল ন পৰ্ণ য়েছ এইটোৱে হয় দে কাৰেক্ট হ'ব দ্য পুৰুষা sukta hymn which describes the fourfold division of society the probable being is found in 10th century 10th mandala of the Rig Veda. Purush Sukta hymn fourfold division of society হ'ব পাৰে by the later Vedic period the system became hereditary and rigid. The later Vedic got hereditary is with the emergence of the concept of Gotra to signify common patrilineal descent. Patrilineal আসলে হ'ব লাগে তো no matrilineal তো নাছিলে Vedicত matrilineal আসলে okay. So this all are correct. D, yes, D. The Purusha Sukta is often considered a later addition to the Rig Veda, marking the transition from a flexible society to a structured one. The Godra system initially referred to a cowshed where clans a girl were kept before evolving into a lioness that is identifier. In the context of 25-26 developments in Assam, consider for estimates regarding tribal administration, the Boland territorial region is covered under the 6th seal of the Indian Constitution and currently consists of 5 districts: Kokrajhar, Shirang, Baksha, Udalguri, and Shirang. Kokrajhar 5 districts are na prothom tinita. Kokrajhar, Shirang, Baksha, Udalguri, Tamilpur, Kudgil, Tamilpur se. Udalguri, Shirang, Tamilpur, and Udalguri, Tamilpur, Shirang. Yes, it consists now 5 districts. The group of ministers in late 25 recommended dividing the 6 communities, demanding ST status into 3 categories: ST and ST flare. In late 2025, or ST Valley recommended 6 communities, demanding ST. It correct হয় minister recommend হে কৰিছে কিন্তু এইটো হেৰি হোৱা নাই. Unlike the autonomous district councils of the hills, the statutory autonomous councils in the plains like Mishing and Rava Hasong are not formed under the 6th schedule. Yes, this is correct. So all 3 are correct. All 3 C, yes. Mishing and Rava to 6th schedule no pore. The autonomous council. Bitter expanded from 4 to 5 districts, yes, including Tamilpur after the 2020 border accord. Okay, this reflects the most recent 25-26 strategy to address the long-standing ST demand of their home, cost response, etc. Though it remains controversial, it's a critical distinction. Autonomous district councils in Karbi Anglong Timahasau have constitutional backing 6 schedule, while plains councils are created by state acts. Okay, constitutional backing plenary block state acts or with reference to the economic life in ancient India post Mauryan and the Gupta periods. The term Sreni referred to a unit of land measurement used for tax calculation, guild or merchants, artisans, or craftsmen that functioned as a self-governing body. The royal treasury where gold coins were stored. A high-ranking judicial officer in the court of Harshavardhana. Sreni ito to no hoy. The royal treasury where gold coins ito no hoy. uh, land measurement is a unit of land. A guild of merchants institutions এইটো নহয় এইটো হ'ব লাগে শ্ৰেণী এইটো বি আছিলে a guild of merchants artisans or craftsmen that functioned as a self-governing body. So to incorrect particular Shrenis were powerful organizations and ancient Indian, postmodern and Gupta periods. Shrenis were powerful organizations that had their own rules, acted as banks, and even maintained their own armies. Sinabula bank কৰিছিলে সিহঁতৰ আছিলে own rule আছিলে bank আছিলে and army আছিলে. They played a massive role in the second urbanization and the Silk Road trade. Second urbanization Silk Road trade আছিলে নহয়. Okay, Europeৰ পৰা এছিয়া না. The Odayasal movement of the late 1960s in Assam was the precursor to which modern day political demand. The Odayasal movement of the late 1960s in Assam was the precursor to which modern day political demand. Real movement 1960 was the precursor to which modern day political demand. Odayasal movement. The demand for separate Karbi Anglong. The demand for separate Babylon, the movement for the inclusion of the Dimasa people, etc. The demand for the greatest contemporary state, precursor to which modern day political demand. Political demand, political modern day not Q is separate Karbi Anglong to know. The Dimasa people to contemporary state. It was a cost responsible calculation, so this should be the correct answer. Do you know how to demand for this for Bodoland State or Karne 1960 পৰা আহিছিল ন Odayasal movement, so this can to be incorrect. The Odayasal movement 1960 কি organized separate Bodoland State. The Plains Tribes Council of Assam, that is Plains Tribes Council of Assam, launched the Odayasal movement in 1967. Launch কৰিছিলে 1967 to maintain a separate union territory for the Bodos and other Plains Tribe states, eventually evolved into the Bodoland movement. Consider the Nolan principles of public life, often tested in GS paper for ethics and applied in civil service reforms. Which of the following is not one of the 7 principles? Consider the Nolan principles of public life, often tested in CS paper for ethics and applied in civil service reforms. Which of the following is not one of the 7 principles? Nolan principle or the code of conduct আছিল ন civil services or that is 7টা rules আছিলে কোনটো নহয় integrity to হয় objectivity to হয় profitability it to নহয়, so C is not yes. Nolan principle আছিলে না 7টা আছিলে. The 7 principles are selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, and leadership. Profitability is a private sector metric and is rarely not considered a core value for public service, which prioritizes public interest. With reference to the contributions of ancient Indian scholars to science, consider the following statements. The Susruta Samhita contains detailed descriptions of rhinoplastic surgery and lists over 120 surgical instruments. এইটো হ'ব লাগে মানে plastic surgery homo area আছিলে. In this work Aryabhatta proposed that the earth is spherical and rotates on its own axis and provided a near accurate value of pi. In his work, Aryabhatta proposed that the earth is spherical and rotates on its own axis. I don't think this is correct and provided a near accurate value of pi. এইটো হ'ব লাগে নহ'ব লাগে নাজানো. The প্রথমটো হয় the Brahmagupta Siddhanta was the first text. Brahmagupta Siddhanta. Text 230 is a number with its own mathematical properties rather than just a space holder. লাগে আৰ্যভট্টীয়া এইটো আছিলে নেকি? এইটো নামটোহে অলপ কিবা কনফিউজিং লাগি আছে। ডিটোৱে কাৰেক্ট হোৱা যেন লাগে। আছে স্পাৰ্কল এণ্ড rotates on its own axis to হোৱা নিচিনা লাগে। জিৰ' এইটো with its own ব্ৰহ্মগুপ্ত সিদ্ধান্ত সিদ্ধান্ত was the first text to treat zero as a number with its own logical properties rather than just yes হ'ব লাগে। আৰ্যভট্টৰ আছিলে না জিৰ', so D হ'ব লাগে। yes this is the correct answer. These scholars laid the foundation for global mathematics and medicine. Aryabhata's calculation of the solar year 365.258 days was remarkably close to modern values. Brahmagupta established rules for working with negative numbers and zero. During the Ahom rule, land was categorized based on its revenue status and its context, considered for estimates, terms and descriptions. Land Lakhiras land revenue free and granted to religious institutions or Brahmins. Nankar land granted to officials in lieu of their salary, which was hereditary in nature. Backward land held by the Pikes for their own sustenance, which was subject to periodic redistribution. Kita to koi na jano. Amro Lakhiras to religious institution আৰু ব্ৰাহ্মণবিলাকক দান কৰিছিল। তো হ'ব লাগে তো নানকাৰ লেণ্ড that is land granted to officials in lieu of their salary. Salary which was hereditary in nature. Backward land held by the Pikes for their own sustenance, which was Vedic strips. All did you নহ'লে নাই did you ডিটো নহয়। ডাউট হৈছিলে এইটোতো নহ'ব লাগে বুলি। আপুনি কেনেকৈ ডাউট হৈছিলে যিটো নানকাৰ লাইনটো সেইটো কি কয় অফিচিয়েলবিলাকক দিয়ে না চেলাৰীৰ পৰা আৰু হেৰিডেটৰী আছিল বুলি কৈছে। যদি চেলাৰীহঁতক এক্সট্ৰাকৈ মাতি দিয়ে তেতিয়াহ'লে কিমান কৰ্পৰেট টেক্স ল'ব? এইটোতো হ'ব নোৱাৰে সেনেকৈ এটা ডাউট হৈছিলে। চ' Backward land held by Pikes for their own sustenance, which was subject to periodic. Lokhiras, that is Devatar, Brahmadar lands were exempt from tax. Nankar land was more common in the Mughal system of the and later used in Kasar and Silhet. In the Ahom core system, officials were usually granted cuts. Just not cuts, Ahom or the official cuts, estates or personal pikes or pikes were still Likshu. Likshu এবাৰ কৰিছিল লিকছু এইটো আহোমৰ লিকছু পাইক চাকৰ যেনেকুৱা ন। But land was generally not hereditary নাছিলে। 3 is Gamati personal land given to a pike was roughly 2 puras and was technically state owned. এইটো নিজৰ নাছিলে ষ্টেটৰে আছিলে বাট পাৰ্চনেল লেণ্ড বুলি দিছিলে আৰু ন। এইটো পাইক was roughly 2 puras দিছিলে। Okay. Consider first elements regarding the urban heat island. Urban heat island effect observed in Guwahati and other major towns of Assam. Okay, the urban heat island effect is intensified during the pre-monsoon. During pre-monsoon, March to May season due to high humidity and low wind speeds. এইটোতো হ'ব নোৱাৰে। প্ৰি মনচুন সময়ত কি উইণ্ড স্পীড কম নেকি? এইটোতো হ'বই নোৱাৰে। আৰু এইপিনে হাই ছান ইণ্টেনচিটি এইটো নহয় ন, হিটটো নহয়, চ' এইটো নহ'ব। দ্য বডিচিলা ন'ভেষ্টাৰ্ছ এক্স এজ এ নৰ্থ ৱেষ্টাৰ বুলি কৈ পৰিছিলোঁ ন নৰ্থ ৱেষ্ট ছাইডৰ পৰা আহে ন acts as a natural cooling mechanism that temporarily breaks city in the Brahmaputra Valley. High urban heat island intensity to বন্ধ কৰি দিবলৈ কৰিছিল আহি কিনে আৰু কুলিং হৈছে বোলে হ'ব পাৰে rapid conversion of wetlands built into build-up areas and the primary driver of rising nighttime temperatures in Assam's urban centers. To conversion of wetlands into build-up areas is the primary driver of rising nighttime temperatures in Assam's urban centers. সেইটো হ'ব মানে যেতিয়া বিলত মানে ৰুম হেৰি কৰে তেতিয়া পানীৰ পৰা যিখিনি ঠাণ্ডা আহে সেইটো নহয় জানো চ' এইটো হ'ব পাৰে প্ৰাইমাৰী বুলি কৈছে প্ৰাইমাৰী ড্ৰাইভাৰ অফ ৰাইজিং নাইট টেম্পাৰেচাৰ্ছ হ'ব পাৰে প্ৰাইমাৰী হ'ব পাৰে চ' বডিচিলাটো হয় বাট এইটো আৰ্বান হিট আইলেণ্ড এফেক্ট ইজ ইণ্টেনচিফাইড during the pre-monsoon season due to high humidity and urban heat island season due to high humidity and low wind speed কৈছে wind speed বহুত pre-monsoonৰ সময়ত কেনেকৈ wind speedটো low হ'ব not correct so 2 and 3 correct B গোটেইকেইটা কাৰেক্ট হ'ল কি বুজি নাপালোঁ তেতিয়াহ'লে মই নাজানো ভালকৈ আৰ্বান হিউমিড কি আছিলে urban heat island is a growing concern in the northeast okay the loss of water bodies which act as heat sinks and the thermal mass of concrete are significantly altering local microclimates to প্ৰথম বস্তুটো বুজাৰ কথা হয় urban heat island effect is intensified during the pre-monsoon বেছি হয় বোলে pre-monsoon সময়ত season due to high humidity to high হয় and low wind speed কমি যায় নেকি যদি wind speed কমি যায় বৰ্ডিছিলে কিহৰ কাৰণে হয় হয় যেনিবা তাৰপিছত হঠাৎ বৰ্ডিছিলে আহি কিনে বৰ্ডিছিলাৰ পিছত আৰ্বান হিট আইলেণ্ডটো নোহোৱা হৈ যায় অ'কে কাৰেক্ট হ'ব পাৰে regarding the Middle East Europe Economic Corridor, which gained momentum in 25-26. It consists of two separate corridors, the East Corridor connecting India to Arabian Gulf and the Northern Corridor connecting the Gulf to Europe. Yes, it includes a ship to rail transit network intended to complement existing maritime and road transport routes is intended to complement existing maritime and road transport to this ship to rail transit it is seen as a direct strategic alternative to China's Belt and initiative yes direct strategic alternative yes these all are correct 1 2 3 D yes চাইনাৰ ব্ৰিটোৰ মানে অল্টাৰনেটিভ হয় ন আমাৰ লগত ইমান এটা ৰিলেশ্যন ভাল নহয় দেট ইজ ইণ্টাৰনেশ্যনেল মেৰিটাইম কি আছিলে মিডল ইষ্ট দেট ইজ I make it to Middle East Europe Economic Corridor. It's a massive infrastructure project involving India, UAE, Saudi Arabia, European Union, and USA. For purposes this is crucial as it impacts India's Western Gateway and energy security. UAE, Saudi Arabia, European Union, and USA. The Polagrid Hawa 1861 follow কৰি থোৱা 1861 that is নগাঁৱত আছিলে ন 1861 the first peasant uprising in Assam against the British rule was apparently triggered by of tax on betel leaf and pan on the private cultivation of opium with to sell it forced recruitment of loyalty for the British Bhutan war. Imposition of tax on betel nut and pan itu হ'ব লাগে and on private cultivation of opium itu হয় mainly to opium while the government continued to sell it itu নহয় নেকি private cultivation of opium private কৰিব দিয়া নাছিলে ন itu হ'ব লাগে the high land revenue demand after the 1857 follow কৰি থাবা 1861 no এইটো টিটো হ'ব নি the imposition of tax on betel nut and pan তামোল পাণত টেক্স কৰিছিলে private cultivation of opium এইটো হ'ব লাগে এইটোতো হ'ব নালাগে which of them are correct question no in Assam British was primarily triggered by on private cultivation on opium itu হ'ব লাগে B হ'ব লাগে B yes B is the correct answer while rumors of attacks on betel nut tamul pan added to the fight immediate cause was the prohibition of private opium first private opium kani and that is kani cultivation which hit the socio-economic habits of the Tiwa or Lalong and other local communities. Okay, this is it now. Okay, yeah. Question number 41. Consider the following statements regarding the Orthosastra of Kautilya and Manusmriti. While the Manusmriti is primarily a social and religious code Dharmasastra, the Orthosastra is a secular treatise on statecraft and administration. Secular asli niki haba pare to correct hobo lage no Manusmriti social and religious code Dharmasastra. Okay, the Arthasastra processes the Saptanga theory, 7 limbs of the state, I think. Okay, which includes the king, Swami, the minister, Amaito, and the territory people, Janapada. 7 limbs. Both texts strictly forbid the practice of slavery and advocate for a system based entirely on individual merit rather than Varna. I don't think these are correct. This is correct. Both texts strictly forbid the practice of slavery. Slavery can negate the Manusmriti or Orthosastra. It's impossible. So 1 and 2 are correct. B. Yes, B is the correct answer. Saptanga theory is a cornerstone of Kautilya's statecraft. Both texts are that is slavery, existence the slavery that is the dastas and the Varna system. The Kautilya's approach is more flexible, pragmatic regarding social mobility during wartime or state necessary compared to the rigid ritualism of the Manusmriti. With reference to the biodiversity heritage sites in a semester of 2026, consider the following statements. Assam currently has 3 official notified biodiversity heritage sites: Majuli, Borjoli, Wild Rice. What is this? And Hajong Tortoise Lake. কি বস্তু আহিলৈ biodiversity heritage site Borzuli wild rice. Turkinka. Sites. Not possible. It is no. It is correct no. The Borzuli wild rice. Borzuli biodiversity heritage site was specifically notified to conserve a unique flood-resistant variety of wild paddy. The Keneka paddy logot side door to Belek paddy door Belek cues to Hull. Hazong Tortoise Lake located in the Dimasa district is a secure site for the local community which has in the conservation of freshwater turtles. Tortoise Lake. It took a hope to the biodiversity heritage site. Assam currently has 3 biodiversity. Machuli, Borzuli, wild rice. Tortoise, Borzuli wild rice was really notified to conserve a unique flood-resistant variety of wild paddy. To only 3 correct. To only 3 1 A. All 3 are correct. Kinka correct all my 2 or long was to be key terms. Relation once like as in Borzuli wild rice. Biodiversity heritage site Kinika. Okay, Maslow was the first notified for its unique riverine ecosystem. Okay, so world biodiversity heritage site Assam. Majuli episode Borzuli Sonitpur is vital for rice germplasm. Borzuli to Sonitpur the same. Wild rice biodiversity heritage site. Hazong Lake Dimaso is a rare example of community-led turtle conservation. Okay, turtle conservation. Regarding recent initiatives to reform the Indian judiciary, consider the following statements. The courts Pastore focuses on moving towards a digital, paperless, and borderless judiciary using AI integrated case management. Itu kineka courts Pastore focuses on moving towards digital, paperless, borderless judiciary using AI integrated case management. AI integrated case management. The fast and secure transmission of electronic records. A record system was launched to ensure the quick electronic transmission of payloads from courts to jail. In late 2025, the government proposed the National Judicial Infrastructure Authority of India to act as a central body NGI for improving court physical infrastructure. Faster bills from secure electronic records to ensure quick. Itu বস্তুখিনি তো all মানে possibility থাকা নিচিনা লাগছে all correct হ'ব লাগে নাজানো কি বা কি হৈছে নতুন বস্তু AI সব হেল্প কৰে নেকি পেপাৰলেছ বৰ্ডাৰলেছ ইণ্টিগ্ৰেটেড কেছ মেনেজমেণ্ট হ'ব পাৰে সো দি হ'লে নহ'লে নাই দিয়ে হৈ গৈছে কাৰেক্ট আনসাৰ এই মানে নতুন বস্তুবিলাক কেনেকুৱা বা all are critical components of the 25-26 judicial modernization roadmap pendency crossing 5 crore cases in 2025 ইমান কেছ মানে হেৰি থাকে pendant হৈ থাকে has made these tech interventions a top priority for the government দৰকাৰ হয় এনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ tech intervention yes নহ'লে বা কামে নহয় manual formত বস্তুবিলাক বহুত লেট হয় The Kaziranga Elevated Corridor Project, we saw its Bhumipujan in January 2026 is significant because it features a 35 long kilometer elevated section of National Highway 715, 34.5 asile, but it will almost carry over to allow unhindered animal movement between Kaziranga and Karbang Hills. Yes, it is the first project in 715 highway India where an existing national highway will be decommissioned in certain stretches to restore national animal corridors. Be decommissioned. Yes, the project aims to mitigate the massive wildlife mortality that occurs during the annual Brahmaputra floods. Yes. Correct. All are correct. That is the yes. The measure 2026 current the corridor approx 7,000 crore is a response to the flood-escape migration of animals. Camouflaged pillars and noise barriers are part of the eco-friendly design. With reference to the modems of Sarada, where is received World Heritage UNESCO World Heritage Site starts in 24. Stamens modems are vaulted mounts, pyramidal in shape, that is served as burial sites for kings and nobles. Yes, correct. The structure of a modem typically consists of an underground vault, medium, and an earthen mount capped by an octagonal brick wall. Yes, this is correct. Octagonal হয় না হ'ব লাগে octagonal ito. Unlike the Egyptian pyramids, modems were built primarily using a mixture of stone, brick, and a unique organic cement called coral. Yes, coral. This is কি বুলি কৈছিলে কাষ্টাৰ্ড নে কিবা কাষ্টাৰ্ড নহয় কিবা তাৰ কৈছিলে নহয় মৰ্টাৰ এইয়া ইউনিক যিটো কিবা কিবি আছিলে কালাই কিবা কিবি চাউল কিবা কিবি এনেকুৱা আছিলে coral. Yes, these are all correct. D. Yes, D. Kiva niki correct. Correct. The inclusion of sorority madams, which as a society late in 2024 has made this high probability topic for 26 exams. There's of coral, a mix of X pulses and lime is soon taken. Lime pulses take pulses one. Kalai thalai, dali thali, and kuni is a unique feature of Ahom architecture. Cement কাম কৰে মানে সোণ কালাই মাটিমাহ আৰু কিবা কয় এক্স কণীবিলাকে সোণৰ কাম কৰে চিমেণ্টৰ মৰ্টাৰ বনায়. Whereas to the Puranas consider the full statements. The Puranas were categorized into three groups: Sattvika, Rajasa, and Tamasa, based on the deity primarily glorified. The Vishnu Purana and the Baya Purana were considered significant sources of the genealogical history of the Maurya and Gupta dynasties. The Kalika Purana, one of the 18 Upapuranas, is unique for its detailed description of the geographical landscape and religious practices of Alikamrupa. Kalika Purana and Alikamrupa to hoy ito correct hobo. Iti Upapurana 18. Which of them are correct? Puranas were categorized into three groups. Purana categorized significant sources for that to Sattvika, Rajasa, Tamasa, hobo pare. Vishnu Purana and the Baya Purana were considered significant sources for the genealogical history of the Mauryan, Vishnu Puran, Maurya, and Gupta dynasty. The dynasty result kenika hobo. Bapare connection hobo pare te. অলপ relevance আছে পুৰণৰ লগত মানে Maurya আৰু Gupta dynasty হ'ব পাৰে. So 3 should be correct. D হল correct. বাপৰে D বিলাক ইমান correct হয় না. Sattvika, Vishnu, then Rajasa, Brahma, and Tamasa, Shiva. Sattvika, Vishnu, Rajasa, Brahma, and Tamasa, Shiva. Puranas are vital for reconstructing ancient timelines where inscriptions are missing. Written in around Assam, 10 to 11th century, the Kalika Purana is a primary source for the Shakti cult of Hindu region. During the Quit India movement in Assam, several revolutions acts took place. The following associated incident later. Quit India movement location incident. Kopur, Konoklata Bora, martyrdom during flag hoisting. Yes. Tikazuli Tileswar Bora, the youngest martyr of the movement. Tileswari Bora Morisili, no? Konoklata Tileswari, yes. Barupathar, Barupathar. Kusalkor associated with the train derailment. Itu Kusalkor to yatin nasile. I don't think it was correct. Quit in the movement or homet Kusalkor. 43 hang কৰিছিলে নেকি তেতিয়াহ'লে মনিৰামদান এণ্ড কুশলকৰ হ'ব পাৰে দেই ট্ৰেইন ডিৰেইলমেণ্টৰ কুশলকৰ য়েছ হ'ব পাৰে অল থ্ৰী শুড বি কাৰেক্ট কুইট ইন দ্য মুভমেণ্ট 42 হৈছিল 7 কুশলকৰক 43 হেং কৰিছিলে অল দিজ আৰ কাৰেক্ট অ'কে ডি চৰি এইটো অল দিজ আৰ ন চি আছিলে য়েছ কাৰেক্ট হ'ব এইটো মোৰ অল দিজ আৰ কাৰেক্ট Is the pillars of Assam's contribution to 1942. Kukulgor was the only martyr in the entire country to be hanged during the Quit India movement. Tileswari Bora, 12 years old. Tileswari Bora was only 12 years old. Is a frequently asked extreme value factual point. Oh, Tileswari Bora, youngest martyr of the movement, 12 years old, is a frequently asked extreme value factual point. Okay. Extremely value factual point. Tileswari Bora, that is 12 years old only. Well, she died in Ethik actually. In Kalakuttan at Kopur. With reference to the James Webb Space Telescope and its findings as of 2026, consider. Unlike the Hubble telescope, which observes primarily in visible light, the James Webb Space Telescope operates mainly in the infrared spectrum. Yes, this is correct. The James Webb Space Telescope is stationed at the second Lagrange point, appropriately 1.5 million kilometers away from Earth. In 2025, James Webb Space Telescope provided the first clear evidence of dark stars theoretical objects powered by dark matter annihilation rather than nuclear fusion. Itu gotek deh kare kobo. Karon iya formula tu ya niki. কিছুমান অলপ first clear evidence of dark star. James Webb Space Telescope dark star prothom disil no theoretical objects powered by dark matter annihilation then rather than nuclear fusion. Dark matter হেৰি হৈছিল না dark matter annihilation মানে ধ্বংস হৈ কেনে এনেকা হ'ব annihilate মানে মাৰি দিয়ে ধ্বংস কৰা then nuclear fusion নোহোৱাকে হ'ব পাৰে দেই অল থ্ৰী কাৰেক্ট হ'ব দেই এইটো হ'লে হ'ল আৰু নহ'লে নাই yes this is the correct answer নাজানো কিয় ইমান এনেকুৱা ফৰ্মত বনাইছে The discovery of potential dark stars in the early universe has been a major headline in astrophysics recently. Dark stars, yes, major headline in astrophysics, challenging previous models of star formation. Star formation কি হৈছে dark matter annihilation হৈ না formation no. Okay. Nuclear fusion or দ্বাৰা হোৱা নাছিলে dark matter annihilation. Infrared area আছিলে ন infrared কি কয় infrared spectrum দ্বাৰা হেৰি কৰি দেখা পায় consider the fall appears under the one district one product initiative in Assam Kamrup metropolitan to Assamese jewelry to হয় নেকি মৰিগাঁওতো dry fish চুটকি Muriga. Yes, dry fish, sutki. Yes, that is correct. Kasar, that is pineapple. Yes, this is also. Nolbari, that is zapi. This is also correct. And Kamru Metropolitan, I have doubt. This one. Assamese jewelry. Hobo pare day. Hobo pare. Curriculum match. Keta curriculum match. তিনিটাতো কাৰেক্টলি মেটচ বুলি জানো বাট কামৰূপ মেট্ৰপলিটানৰ ওৱান ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট ওৱান প্ৰডাক্টৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত হ'ব লাগে নহ'লে কি আছে তাত খেতি কৰিবতো নোৱাৰে হ'ব কাৰেক্ট অল ফৰ চি য়েছ চি বাপৰে গোটেই অলবিলাকে কাৰেক্ট হয় তাৰমানে ন 24/5/26 updated list Moriga is famous for the Mayong dry fish Mayong dry fish market that is largest in Asia জানোৱে মৰিগাঁৱৰ কি আছিলে সেইটো মৰিগাঁৱৰ পাহৰি গ'লো dry fish টকাটো Nolbari is the famous for hub for japi making Kasura and the parts of Dima Haswa have seen Lokhipur Kasura Lokhipurot pineapple organic bikat no seen a source and organic pineapple export under one district one product okay regarding the motion of thanks or the president's address consider the following statements motion of thanks on the president's address motion of thanks gives to like say the president's address is a statement of policy of government and is drafted by the government if the motion of thanks is debated in Lok Sabha it amounts to a defeat of the government and leads to its resignation of a party. Motions members of parliament can move amendments to the motion, but the president cannot be criticized personally. I don't know. The president's address is a statement of policy of the government and is drafted by the government. If the motion of thanks is defeated in the Lok Sabha, it amounts to a defeat of the government and leads to its resignation. Members of parliament can move amendments to the motion, but the president cannot be criticized personally. The president's address is a statement of policy of the government and is drafted by the government. Constitutional দ্বাৰাই হ'ব নেকি If the motion of thanks is defeated in the Lok Sabha it amounts to a defeat of the government and leads to its resignation. The government members of parliament can move amendments to the motion. Members of parliament can move amendments to the motion. President cannot be criticized personally. Yes, all are correct. All should be correct. Yes, D. মানে বস্তুটো ভালদৰে মানে বুজি পোৱা নাই motion of thanks on the president's address means প্ৰেচিডেণ্টক মানে এড্ৰেছ কৰি কিনে হেৰি মানে গভৰ্ণমেণ্টৰ হেৰিবিলাক মেম্বাৰ হওক পাৰ্লিয়ামেণ্টৰ কিবাবিলাকে কিবা এটা হেৰি কৰে আৰু এলিগেশ্যন লগোৱা নিচিনা গভৰ্ণমেণ্টে ড্ৰাফ্ট কৰে এইটো বস্তুটো তাৰপিছত প্ৰেচিডেণ্টছ এড্ৰেছটো motion of thanks is defeated in the Lok Sabha এইটোৱে প্ৰেচিডেণ্ট এড্ৰেছটো the motion of thanks সেইটো কয় নেকি motion of thanks president address same বস্তু হ'ব লাগে Lok Sabha it amounts to defeat of the government যেতিয়া defeat হয় motion of thanks তো তেতিয়া মানে গভৰ্ণমেণ্টৰ হেৰিটো ইলেকশ্যনটো defeat হয় মানে হেৰিটো কিবা কয় lead to its resignation government and leads to its resignation আৰু তেতিয়া গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট ৰিজন কৰিব লগা হৈ যায় বুজি পোৱা নাই ভালদৰে members of parliament can move amendments to the motion, but the president cannot be criticized personally. I couldn't understand this, but what should I do? This is a high stakes constitutional procedure. Okay, it's a very much kind of higher understandable matter. The motion of thanks is a vital test of the executive's majority in the or the motion of thanks is a vital test of the executive's majority or in the lower house. Defeat on this motion is equivalent to a no confidence motion being passed or no confidence motion being passed. ভালদৰে বুজি নাপাওঁ no confidence motion কি পাইছিলে no confidence motion সমান সমান হৈ গ'লে with reference to ocean currents and their climatic impacts, consider the following statements. Ocean currents and climatic impact. The Kuroshio current is a warm current in the North Pacific that acts similar to the Gulf Stream in the Atlantic, influencing the climate of Japan. The Atlantic Gulf Stream in the Atlantic, influencing the climate. Japanor also Kuroshio current to Japanok effect করে to warm current বুলি কৈছে. I think yes, Kuroshio and Japan, there's a relationship in the form of their naming. The Benguela current is a cold current flowing along the western coast of Africa, however contributing to the aridity of the Danube Desert. Or if it is cold, then how could there be a desert of arid? The updwelling zones. Updwelling zones where deep cold water rises to the surface are typically low in biological productivity due to a lack of sunlight. Updwelling zones, deep and cold rises to the surface are typically low in biological productivity due to a lack of sunlight. To incorrect updwelling zones where deep cold rises to the surface. Deep cold water rises to the surface, okay, are typically low in biological productivity due to lack of sunlight. It can go incorrect. So 1 and 2, only 1 or 1 and 2. I think it 3 hobo, D hobo. C hobo no hoy. Karon ito a formula hoy ase bortoman. Updwelling zones where deep cold water rises to the surface are typically low in biological productivity due to a lack of sunlight. Did you hold on? এইবাৰে ফৰ্মুলা চেঞ্জ কৰিছে মইতো ডাউট হৈছিলে মোৰতো ইমানো গেছটো ইমানো বেয়া হোৱা নাছিলে মই এইটোৱে দিব খুজিছিলোঁ কাৰণ 3টো ডাউট আছিলে updwelling zones where deep cold rise into the যিটো হয় ইমান এটা কেনেকৈ ছানলাইট নপৰিব updwelling হয় rise হয় water কেনেকৈ ছানলাইট নপৰিব তাতে এইটো ইম্পচিবল okay. Statement 1 and 2 are correct. মানে যেটো হপ কৰা হয় এটো নকৰিম দিয়াটো বিয়া কি পঢ়ি কেনে যিখিনি বুজি পোৱা সেইটো মতে চলিব লাগে মানে এপ্লাই কৰিব লাগে. Ocean currents are major regulators of global temperature and precipitation. Yes, 2 is incorrect. That is, updwelling zones are actually extremely high in biological productivity because the deep water is rich in nutrients. Yes, deep water, the upside down means downside up. No, nitrates and phosphates, nutrients by deep water sheet supporting massive fish population. That is zero when cost arrow tidia. I don't mean to sunlight to talk with no. Low in the biological productivity or biological productivity low will you know. Deep water biological productivity BCS nutrient would be say. deep water fishing কৰিলে বেছি কিবা কয় ফিচাৰী খুলিলে বেছি ভাল হ'ব তাৰমানে Peruvian coast. Okay, anyways, 52. The bronzes are a unique contribution of the arms to Indian historiography. Within the following specific types. Lysoli bronze contain the history of the origins of the Ahom dynasty from the legend of Kunlung and Kunlai. Kunlung and Kunlai. The wasn't like I said. Kunlung Kunlai, that Ahom dynasty first origin is known. This is from the overrated something like যিটো স্বৰ্গৰ পৰা অহা বুলি কৈছিলে ন এইটো ফুল হ'ব লাইচলি বুৰঞ্জীত লিখা আছে বোলে খুনলুং আৰু খুনলাইৰ বিষয়ে চুকোফাৰ মানে হেৰি আছিলে ন এনচেষ্টৰ এনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ Saklang Bronzi, a specialized record of royal marriage days is correct. Saklang mane marriage. Satria Bronzi chronicled the history of the various Vaishnava satraps and the relationship with the Ahom state. Itu correct hobo. 23 correct, and Lysoli Bronzi contained the history of the origins of the Ahom dynasty, probably the legend of Kunla and Kunlung and Kunlai. Hobo bare legendary legend bilagoke likhi thuyse ate. হ'ব পাৰে কাৰণ সেইকাৰণে জানিছোঁ ন so this all three could be correct means C. Yes, C is the correct. Laisuli Burunjit Kunlung and Kunlai. Burunjis were written in Thai Ahom language. Yes, Thai Ahom language initially and later in Assamese later suited to Assamese. Unlike the court chronicles of the Mughals, Burunjis were often written by officials, that is Likhakar Burua with a focus on administrative accuracy rather than pure poetic praise. Regarding the NATO, North Atlantic Trade Organization, in the context of 2526. Okay, NATO, USSR organization NATO. After the Cold War, with the accession of Finland and Sweden, the access course, the Baltic Sea is now often colloquially referred to as a NATO lake. Finland Sweden access course niki kitiaba netoi netot Finland আৰু Sweden আছে নেকি Finland Sweden European country হয় ন European তো নহয় বোধহয় I don't know European হ'ব লাগে Articles 5 of the Washington Treaty, which ensures collective defense, has been invoked only once in NATO's history rather than after the 9/11 attacks. End of November. The US, the Washington DC, the course Twin Tower Water Organization treaty which ensures collective defense has been invoked only once in NATO's history after the 9/11 attacks. The Indo-Pacific 4. Japan, Indo-Pacific, okay. Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand now hold regular permanent observer status at NATO summits. Get a concern like this. Accession of Finland and Sweden, the Baltic Sea is now open, colloquially referred to as the second to her was treaty which ensures collective defense. Collective defense to Washing NATO defense to Hobo has been invoked only once in NATO's history. Hobo pare.
এবারে মাত্র কিছু নাকি একটু ফুল হবো নাকি so what should I go for এইটোতো ফুল হ'ব লাগে দে 1 and 3 should be correct C correct আছিলে খালি দিয়ে হয়তো মানে okay the expansion of NATO and its increasing focus on the Indo-Pacific to counter China, yes, it's a major geopolitical shift that APSC aspirants must strike for 26 exam. Consider the appearance of mineral resources in Assam and their primary locations. Mineral resources and primary locations. Silimanite, that is Karbiang Long, Amwi. Correct hobo, Silimanite aceto. Karbiang Longot. Kol to Makum and Delhi, Jaipur. Delhi, Jaipur. Itu Makum. Itu hobo lagi. Itu kol to Makum. Mana si Delhi, Jaipur tu kuntu jaga sila na jano. But correct hoisin lagi se iron ore to Sondro Ninga Hill do ready to hoy correct. Limestone to Delhi Parbat and Koilajan. Limestone Delhi Parbat to Koila se limestone se I think itu correct hobo lagi limestone se bta Koilajan. To incorrect hoisin lagi se. Ole ho dei. All free hoisin lagi se. Silimanite Karbiang Long hoy to Kol Makumod ase to hoy iron to Sondro to hoy. Limestone Delhi Parbat Koilajan. All this all for see wait correct. Coal Assam coal is tertiary coal with high sulfur content. Okay, iron ore. Assamor coal tertiary sulfur content বেছি আছে highest আছে আৰু এইটো ইমান এটা পিওর coal নহয় বুলি কোৱা হয় Assamor high quality coal নহয় iron ore deposits are found in Goalpara and Turi, yes, I know, but are not currently commercially viable. Limestone is essential for the cement industry in Bokazan. Delay and Kiasle, delay purpose and Koilazanot limestones, no? Bokazanot, Zitu. Karbiang Long cement factories. With reference to small modular reactors within the plans to deploy significantly by 2030 was the following. Small modular reactors have a power capacity of up to 300 megawatt per unit, which is about 1/3 of the surviving capacity of traditional nuclear power reactors. They are designed to be factory fabricated and transported to a site for installation, reducing construction time. Unlike grid scale reactors, small modular reactors do not require a water-based cooling system, making them ideal for arid reasons, unlike large scale reactors. Itu correct hobo. So 2 and 3 to correct hobo. Similars have a power capacity of up to unit which is about 1/3 of the generating capacity of traditional. Itu hobo de. Koti kita correct hobo. D hobo. Only 1 and 3. Only 1 and 2 correct asle. Only 1 and 2 correct, unlike large scale reactors do not require a water-based cooling system, making them ideal for arid regions. Arid region not statement do not require water-based cooling system, making them ideal for the arid region. Hukan jagat water nalange boli koise kintu lage. Large scale reactor lage and small modular reactor ko water lage in any situation. These are the defining features of small modular reactors. while some advanced small modular reactor designs are use gas or liquid metal cooling. Many current small modular reactor designs like light water small modular reactors still require water for cooling, though is much smaller quantities than traditional plants. Okay, অলপ কম পৰিমাণে লাগে but নালাগে যে সেইটো নহয় আৰু লাগে. So third statement comes to be wrong. With reference to the development of sculptural art in ancient India during the Kusana period, consider following statement: sculptural art, Kusana period, Roman. The Gandhara school was heavily influenced by Greco-Roman styles, often depicting the Buddha with wavy hair and Hellenistic facial features. I don't know. The Matra school used indigenous red sandstone and was the first to represent the Buddha in human form, anthropomorphic alongside Jain Tirthankars. স্কুল ৰেড চেণ্ডষ্টন ব্যৱহাৰ কৰিছিলে ন হিউমেন ফৰ্মত হেৰি কৰিছিলে জৈন তীৰ্থংকৰৰ হেৰি কৰিছিলে মথুৰা স্কুল জৈন আৰু বুদ্ধা. While Gandhara art was primarily focused on Buddhist themes, the Mathura school was more secular, portraying Buddhist, Brahminical, and Jain subjects. Mathura school. তো নাজানো দে মই গোটেইকেইটা কি বস্তু এইকেইটা গান্ধাৰা মথুৰাৰ এইবিলাক আৰ্ট স্কুল অফ আৰ্ট ক'ত কি ফ'কাছ কৰিছিলে. আৰু গান্ধাৰাটো গ্ৰেকো ৰোমান ষ্টাইল. I think this is correct. Facial Buddha's wavy hair and Hellenistic. Oh, Buddha's Hellenistic facial features means Buddha's angry mode type of picture, I guess. His hair, fly here and there like that. The Mathura school used indigenous red stones to represent Buddha in a human form. And I said Jain Tirthankars. I think correct. While Gandhara was primarily focused on Buddhist themes. The Mathura school was more secular. যিহেতু মথুৰাবিলাক মানে সেকুলাৰ আছিলে ন yes ডিটো কাৰেক্ট হৈ থাকিলে গোটেইকেইটাই কাৰেক্ট থাকে. Gandhara is a bluish gray cyst focused on northwest India. Okay. Mathura use of spotted red sandstone centered around Mathura and Sarnath. They produced the first yaksha or yakshini and Buddha figures in indigenous style. Assam economy reading the Assam Bioenergy Policy 2026 constable estimates Assam bioenergy policy. It aims to achieve a 20% blending of ethanol in petrol across the state by 26. The policy provides financial incentives for setting up compressed biogas. Setting up compressed biogas plants using agricultural waste and invasive species like water, hyacinth, meteca. Ito correct hobo. Under this policy, ethanol zones have been designated in the Thubri and Kamrup districts to streamline land allotment for distillers. 3 number correct হয় নহয় নাজানো ভাই. Under this policy, to Assam bioenergy policy, ethanol zones have been designated in Thubri and Kamrup district to streamline land allotment for distilleries. Kamrup. Hawa lage de. All 3 C habo. C correct হৈ থাকিলে. কিয় all correct দিছে মই ইমান থুব পৰা নাই দে. Water hyacinth মানে মেটেকাৰ পৰা বায়ো ইথানল প্ৰডিউচ কৰে ন বায়োগেছ প্ৰডিউচ কৰে compressed biogas. CBC koi na compressed biogas. Assam has become a frontrunner in the ethanol 20 roadmap. The use of water hasn't. For biogas is a specific ecological innovation highlighted in the 2026 state strategy to clean up wetlands while producing energy. With reference to Kiesle, Metekaru Kiesle, and the waste agriculture waste. With reference to vertical farming and hydroponics, which are being promoted in urban Assam, consider the following statements. Hydroponics involves growing plants in nutrient-rich water. Yes, this is correct. So the water solution without the use of soil, yes. And aeroponics is a subset of hydroponics where the roots are suspended in the air and misted. And aeroponics subset of hydroponics where the roots are suspended in the air and misted with a nutrient solution. Itu হয় না, itu impossible হ'ব. Root বিলাক বোলে suspend কৰি ৰাখে in the air, not possible. These methods use up to 90% less water than traditional soil-based farming, but require high initial capacity and energy for LED lighting. LED lighting লগতে হয় নেকি? সূৰ্যৰ পোহৰ নালাগে তাৰমানে. Use 90% less water than traditional soil-based farming, but require high initial capacity and energy for LED lighting. এইটো কি কথা হ'ল ৰে? সেনেকুৱা হিচাপততো LED lighting ক'ত লাগিব ফাৰ্মিং বাট ৰিকৰ? LED lighting লাগে নেকি? এৰোপনিক তো বুজি নাপাইছোঁ দেই, মই নাজানো ভাই। প্ৰথমটোতো কাৰেক্ট হয়, সেইটো চিয়'ৰ কাৰেক্ট, কিন্তু কেনেকৈ কি কৰিম? 3টো B2 হ'ব নোৱাৰে। Aeroponics is a subset of hydroponics. Aeroponics বতাহতো মানে হেৰি কৰে। Roots are suspended in the air and misted with a nutrient solution. Nutrient solution হেৰি কৰে, হ'ব পাৰে দেই, টেকন'লজি ওলাইছে যেতিয়া না। ইয়াৰতে কিবা মিষ্টেড মানে কি কয়, নিউট্ৰিয়েণ্ট সলিউশ্যন লগাই দিয়ে, সেনেকৈ হয়। দিছ মেথডছ ইউজ 90% লেছ ৱাটাৰ হ'বতো, পানী নালাগিবতো, ট্ৰেডিশ্যনেল soil based, but require high initial capacity and energy for LED lighting. Initial capital লাগে, high initial capital লাগে, কৈছে মই capacity ভাবিছোঁ। পইচা বহুত লাগে, and energy for LED lighting. LED lightingটো কিয় দিছে মই এইটো ধৰিব পৰা নাই দেই, এইটোতো ইনকাৰেক্ট হৈ যাব এনেকুৱা হ'লে। তো আই থিংক ইনকাৰেক্ট হ'ব লাগে, কিন্তু সেইটো দিয়ে হ'ব ডি য়েছ, ডি কাৰেক্ট হৈছে। অলপ ডাউট হৈছিলে, নাজানো দিয়া। গোটেইকেইটা অল দি গ'লে হৈয়ে যাব, তাৰমানে গোটেই পাছে কৰিব পাৰিব। দিছ soil-less technologies are vital for food security in food platform or urban areas in Assam. Startups in Guwahati are increasingly using these methods to grow exotic vegetables year-round. আজিকালি মানে LED লাইটৰ লগতো শাক পাচলি খেতি কৰিব পৰা হৈছে। During the Muamaria rebellion, which of the following rebel kings was briefly installed on the throne at Rampur by the Muamaris? Ramakanto, Bharat Singha, that is Sarvananda Singha, all of the above in different reasons. Ramakanto, Sarvananda Singha, এইটোতো গম পাওঁ, বেলেগ জেগাত হ'ব দেই, এইটো দিয়ে হ'ব লাগে দেই মোৰ অনুমান। সৰ্বানন্দ সিনহাতে জানো, বাকীকেইটা নাজানো। চ' আই থিংক ডি, কাৰণ দিয়ে বেছিকৈ হয়। দিয়ে হ'ল, ডি কাৰেক্ট এনচাৰ হ'ল। ৰমাকান্তকো বেলেগ জেগাত থৈছে, মৰিয়াবিলাকে ৰাজা পাতি কিনে, যিটো ৰেবেল কিং ভাৰত সিনহা And Sarbananda Sinha, Rebel King Manita Hobo. That the rebellion was widespread. Harmakanta was the first rebel king at Rangpur, and Bharat Sinha ruled at Sodia Mane Tinsukia. Sarbananda Sinha was the chief of the Motoks in the Bengmura Tinsukia. Oh, Sodia Tinsukia Bengmura Tinsukia Hobonikina. This fragmentation eventually, so fragmentation eventually forced Ahom King Gurunat Sinha to seek British help. Okay, Gurunat Sinha to the British help after the Mahamuri rebellion. Ramakanto ক'ত আছিলে ফাৰ্ষ্ট rebel king ৰংপুৰত আছিলে যিটো ৰংপুৰটো ক'ত শিৱসাগৰ and ভৰত সিনহা আছিলে শদিয়া and সৰ্বানন্দ সিনহা তিনচুকীয়া means বেংমৰা তিনচুকীয়া বেংমৰা বুলি কৈছিলে তেতিয়াৰ দিনত consider the following statements regarding the Election Commission of India following the 2024 Appointment Act. The Chief Election Commissioner and the election commissioners are appointed by the President based on the recommendation of the Selection Committee. The Election Commission consists of the Prime Minister, yes, the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, and the Union Cabinet Minister. And a Union Cabinet Minister, yes, this is correct, but this Union Cabinet Minister is selected by the Prime Minister. That means governing bodyৰ পৰা দুটা থাকে তাৰ মানে কি ক'ব তাক representative. The Election Commission EEC Chief Election Commissioner has the same status and receives the same salary as a judge of the Supreme Court of India. এটোতো সঁচা হ'ব লাগে as the judge of the Supreme Court of India. Chief Justice ne judge. Doubtful as it, but still I think this is correct. So I will go for correct. All correct then. All correct. That is হ'ব লাগে মানে Chief Election Commissioner all correct. Chief Election Commissioner to মানে Supreme Courtৰ এটা জাজৰ মানে দৰমহা পায় তেতিয়াহ'লে যিটো চিফ জাষ্টিচ সেইটো চিফ ইলেকশ্যন কমিশ্যনাৰকে বেছি পাব পাৰে কাৰণ জাজবিলাকতকৈ বেছি পাবই কিজানি যিহেতু টপ পোষ্ট. This is a 25-26 relevant legal point. The Supreme Court upheld the new appointment process while emphasizing the need for independence. Statement 3 remains true despite administrative changes. Their conditions of service are equated with Supreme Court judges. Independence question, emphasizing the need for independence. But still neutrality is not seen in here, I think. With reference to the Uttarapatha and Dakshinapatha in ancient India, consider the following statements. The Uttarapatha was a major transcontinental road connecting Tamraw-Lipti in the east to Purusapura, Peshawar, and Central Asia in the northwest. However, the Dakshinapatha primarily connected the Indo-Gangetic plain in the Deccan and the southern kingdoms. Indo-Gangetic to Ganka Deccanot Savare. Deccanot Nazavoloy, no Nazon southern and southern kingdoms with Protistana Python being a major hub. The Silk Road branch passed through the Brahmaputra Valley was a part of the southern Silk Road that connected China to the Bay of Bengal. Silk Road কেনেকৈ আসামত আহিব ব্ৰহ্মপুত্ৰ ৰিজনত আহিব চাইনাৰ লগত বে অফ বেংগল কেনেকৈ মিট কৰিব চাইনাৰ লগত চিল্ক ৰুটটো কানেকশ্যন নাই ইয়াৰ ন কানেকশ্যন The Silk Road branch passing through the Brahmaputra Valley. Assam was a part of the Southern Silk Road, the China to the Bay of Bengal. Bay of Bengal লগত China লগত কোন দি হয় আসামৰ হেতিটো connection নাই হয়. I don't think there is a connection. Silk Road is not connected in here. Europe to Asia, country. 3 to nahi hoga, so 1 and 2 should be correct. 1 and 2, I will give go for 1 and 2 A. To D hole gotte kete correct hoise. Oh my god, mane janilo na jalo D di thim naki. The silver branch passing through the Brahmaputra Valley, Assam was a part of the southern Silk Road that connected China to the Bengal Harbor. These routes are where the arteries of ancient commerce. Yes. Assam played a vital role in the Lido Road, Lido, or National Lido, or Southwest Silk Road. There is Sichuan, Yunnan, Burma, Assam route, trading in silk, gold, and agarwood. Regarding the Assam tea industry in 25-26, consider the following statements. Assam tea industry. The Guwahati Tea Auction Center has become the world's largest electronic auction center for CTC tea. It is the world's largest hoye. To CTC tea garne crust tearing and kiba asile enike bhar golo compress asile ne kiba asile etu correct hoy the tea tribe community in Assam has been officially recognized as Seattle tribes in the central list as the list latest 25 notification. Etu to no hoy tea tribe tak ST boli to dia nai. Central list as of the latest 25 notification dia to nai. কিন্তু ইয়াৰ মতেতো হোৱা নিচিনা লাগি আছে. The small tea growers of Assam now contribute more than 50% of the state's total. It is correct. So 1 and 3 is correct, but 2 one and hobo. The tribe of ST karne to heri kori ase in the central list as of the latest 25 notification to no hoy. Not correct. That is only 2 hobo de. That is B. Yes, B is the correct answer. B is the correct answer. Etipam ki etu Guwahati Tea Auction Center to handles massive volumes and is a global leader in electronic auctions. Okay. Statement 2 is incorrect. As of early 2026, the demand for ST status for the tea tribes and 5 other communities is still under active deliberation. Partial implementation at the state level, but has not been finalized as a blanket ST category in the central schedule. Okay. State level to recommend korise 6th zito soita community ase along with the tribes to central read dia nai partial mane hoise aro implementation hoise at state level, but has not been finalized as a blanket ST category. Blanket bole tako tarmane baki blanket ST category in the central seal. Article 3, this is a significant structural shift. Organized tea states dominance has been overtaken by the massive rise of small-scale growers. Small-scale tea grower বহুত বাড়িছে. চাহপাতৰ কোৱালিটি কমিছে. গৰম বেছিকৈ বাঢ়াৰ কাৰণে অৰুণাচলতহে ভাল হ'ব আৰু বেছিকৈ মানে চাহ কোৱালিটিও কমিছে সেনেকৈ ন. With reference to the National Quantum Mission, which enters its second phase in 2026, consider the following terms. Superposition, the ability of a quantum bit to exist in multiple states that simultaneously entanglement. Quantum mission, that is National Quantum Mission. Superposition, the ability of a quantum bit, yes, to exist in multiple states. Yes, simultaneously. এটা সময়তে বহুত হেৰি যাব পাৰে ন entanglement the phenomenon where two particles remain connected as a state of one instantaneously influenced the state of the other regardless of distance. Yes, যিমানেই দূৰত নহওক কিয় কৰ'ৰ মাইল দূৰত নহওক কিয় তথাপিও একে হেৰি কৰে মানে একশ্যন ৰিপিট কৰে মানে ন ইমান ভালকৈ নাজানো সেনেকৈ জানো মাত্ৰ so the ability of quantum bit, that is quantum bit means qubit, to exist in multiple states simultaneously. It's correct. Quantum supremacy, a milestone where a quantum computer performs a task that is practically impossible for the most powerful. Yes. গোটেইকেইটা কাৰেক্ট কিয় দিছে মই ইমান এটা নাজানো দিয়া এইটো দিয়ে হ'ব so this is the correct answer. All are fundamental concepts of quantum mechanics being harnessed for the next generation of computing. India aims to develop intermediate scale quantum computers 50 to 1000 physical qubits by 2030. The August offer 1940 by Lord Linlithgow was significant because for the first time the British okay মই এনচাৰটো চোৱা নাই দেই ওলাইছিলে কিন্তু মই চোৱা নাই মানে ফ'কাছ কৰা নাই সেইকাৰণে দেখা নাই আৰু কোনটো the August offer 1940 of by Lord Linlithgow was significant because the first time the British government explicitly offered complete independence to India. The সেনেকা নিচিনা লাগিছে August offered independence offer কৰিছিলে the right of Indians to frame their own constitution was recognized. The proposal was made for the of the two dominions. Partitioner কাৰণে offer কৰিছিলে নেকি the state implementation of an interim government. এইটো নহয় interim governmentটো নহয় এইটো A হ'ব. Oh sorry, this was not A. There was right of Indians to frame their own constitution for the time August offer. They offered to write their own constitution for the Indian, okay, by Lord Linlithgow. The August offer was a turning point because it conceded the demand that Indians should merely concede the demand to Indians should merely be responsible for drafting their own constitution, though with veto power given to minorities. Minority বিলাকক veto power দিছে আৰু ন কিবা এটা একশ্যন নলওঁ বুলি ক'লে নলওঁ বুলি ক'ব পাৰিব নকৰিলে মানে veto power লাগি যাব এনেকৈ আছোঁ ন বঢ়াই দিছে আৰু ন ছাপৰ্ট কৰিছে. It also offered dominant status after the war. Dominant status offer কৰিছিলে waৰৰ পিছত কিন্তু war হ'ব. This is the Second World War, no? Okay. মানে August offer 1940 by Lord Linlithgow constitutional বনোৱাৰ কাৰণে draft কৰাৰ কাৰণে মানে হেৰি দিছিলে permission কৰিছিলে গাৰকি right দিছিল. Consider the following pairs of traditional Assamese crafts and their specific GI geographical indication. Asari kandi terracotta and toy making itu correct itu thuburit ase sortebari to bell metal. That is bell metal ki hoy and copper and bronze. Not copper and bronze, copper and tin. That is bell metal. Jitu ka alloy hoy no copper and tin. Kahor industry, okay. Hazo, that is brass. Petal industry brass. Itu brass to bronze asil niki mane copper and bronze hobo lage dei. But bell metal to copper and tin. Brass hajo industry, that is yes. Swell kosito muga silk weaving. All these are done correct. On go take the correction. It is C hobo. C is the correct answer. Yes. All are busy this day. Into exam with Heneka all dina ni dinner. Jenok, knowledge or profit heno. They are the traditional industrial clusters of Assam. As again, the top race. As for Hatma Putula, okay. Sortibari Borpeta, Sortibari, and Hajo Kamrup, the metalwork capitals. That is, Sortibari is in Borpeta. Hajo is in Kamrup, okay. Brass metal, no. Sortibari Kahar metal. Okay. Sortibari bell metal Kahar Hajo to whole brass metal. To keep Putula, this, you know. Pitola. Brass money pitol, no. যিটো কৈ কি আছিলে হাজোৱা মানে পিতলৰ অৰ্থেবাৰী কাঁহৰ পিতল মানে ব্ৰাছ আৰু কাঁহ মানে বেল মেডেল চলকে মানচেষ্টাৰ অফ দ্য ইষ্ট চলকে মানচেষ্টাৰ মানে যিটো শিল্প বয়ন শিল্প তাঁত শিল্প এনেকৈ with reference to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which was a core topic of debate in the 2025 climate summits, consider following Paris Agreement, climate change or no. It allows countries to voluntarily cooperate with each other to achieve emission reduction targets set out in the NDCs. Itu kiba asile. Paris Agreement on Article 6 or mati ki asile. Reference to Paris Agreement in Article 6, which is the core topic debate climate ভিতৰত অফাৰ কৰিছিল ন কোঅপাৰেট কৰিবৰ কাৰণে যিটো কাৰ্বন ৰিডাকশ্যন কৰিবৰ কাৰণে internationally transferred mitigation outcomes can be traded between countries to meet climate goals. The Article 6.4 mechanism replaces the clean development mechanism of the Kyoto Protocol. একো নাজানো ভাই একো নাজানো তথাপি গেছ কৰিব লাগিব এইটো অলে হ'ব নেকি এইটোতো অল হ'ব নালাগে it allows countries to voluntarily cooperate with each other to achieve emission reduction targets set out in the NDCs national dominant সেনেকা নিচিনা হ'ব এইটোতো হ'ব লাগে এইটো এটা এফাৰ্মেটিভ মানে হেৰি আছে ইয়াতে পজিটিভ sense as internationally transferred mitigation outcomes can be traded between countries to meet their climate goals. It the Article 6.4 mechanism replaces the clean development mechanism of Kyoto Protocol. Kyoto Protocol to environment no climate change or all three correct. D yes. Ini number base dukun. Article 6 is the framework of a global carbon market in 2026. The focus has shifted to ensuring double counting doesn't occur, meaning if one country sells a carbon credit, it cannot also count it toward its own national target. The Silsako stone bridge near North Guwahati is a marvel of home engineering. Ito hoy hilor hakoto godaring hoy banaisile no godaring hoy banaisile Guwahatiৰ ওচৰতে আছে নেকি হিল Hako stone bridge near Guwahati is a marvel of home engineering. Regarding these stone bridges in Assam, the following statements: they were constructed without the use of modern cement. Yes, this is correct. Instead of stone, paste of lime. Instead using a paste of lime, sticky rice, brussels, duck eggs. Hill Hako to heneka nohe eta dangor bisi asile. Ete nohe etu correct nohe. This is not correct. The Namdang stone bridge was carved out of a single enormous rock during the reign of Surgadu Rudra Singh. Surgadu Rudra Singh hoy asile bono. Rudra Singh obode etu Rudra Singh noy. Umananda Mundir Godar Singh banaisile. Thodor Ali Godar Singh banaisile, but this Namdang stone bridge too. Most of these bridges were designed to allow the passage of large naval fleets, passenger boats during the monsoon season. Most of these bridges were designed to allow the passage of large naval fleets. Naval মানে কি তো নাও পানীত চলে নাও হ'ব ফ্লিট নাভাল চেন পানীত চলে বটছ ন বাছৰি বটছ তো মনচুন সিজন বাৰিষাৰ সময়ত এইটো কেনেকুৱা কথা হ'ব এইটো অনলি টু হে কাৰেক্ট হ'ব লাগে only one হে কাৰেক্ট হ'ব লাগে so this is only one correct, that is 2 or A. তো চি কেনেকৈ হ'ল অল কাৰেক্ট কেনেকৈ হ'ল মই গমেই নাপালোঁ দে given statements are correct কৈছে ন the Namdang stone bridge near Sibsagar and Silsako are key examples of Ahom secular architecture. Namdamটো বেলেগ এণ্ড শিলচাকোটো বেলেগ তাৰমানে নামদাঙৰ শিল থাকো সেনেকৈহে জানো দেখোন নামদাম ষ্টন ব্ৰিজ নামদাঙৰ শিলৰ থাকো এণ্ড শিল থাকো দিছ ইজ নিয়াৰ গুৱাহাটী এইটো কাৰেক্ট যেনিবা ড্ৰয়িং বনাইছে এণ্ড এটি শিলচাকৰ কথা কৈছে শিলচাকো নিয়াৰ গুৱাহাটী ইজ এ মাৰ্বল অফ আহোম ইঞ্জিনিয়াৰিং regarding the stone bridges in Assam. এইটো মানে যিটো ষ্টন ব্ৰিজৰ এটা হেৰি আছিলে ন অসমত আহোম টাইমত মানে হিষ্টৰিকেল টাইমত তাৰ ৰিগাৰ্ডত বহিছে শিলচাকৰটো যেনিবা গুৱাহাটীতে আছে গুৱাহাটীৰ ওচৰতে বাট শিৱসাগৰ সেইটোতো ডিফাৰেণ্ট নামদাঙৰ যিটো শিৱসাগৰ নামদাং they are constructed without the use of modern যেনিবা যিটো গলধাৰ সিংহই বনাইছে ৰুদ্ৰ সিংহই বনাইছে নামদাং ষ্টন ব্ৰিজটো সেইটো ষ্টন মানে এটা এনামাছ শিল মাত্ৰ আছিলে বাট যিটো শিলচাকো আছিলে নিয়াৰ নৰ্থ গুৱাহাটী ডেট শুড বি মেড অফ sticky rice বৰা চাউল এণ্ড ডাক এক্স এণ্ড লাইম সেইটো হ'ব পাৰে most of these bridges were designed to allow the passage of large naval fleets Basri during the monsoon এইটো ৰিভাৰ ব্ৰিজটো ডাঙৰ ডাঙৰ নাওবিলাক পাৰ হৈ যাবৰ কাৰণে বনাইছিল এইটো কেনেকুৱা কথা হ'ল এইটো মই বুজি নাপালোঁ হয়তো ইনকাৰেক্টটো দিলোঁ নে নাই সেইটো ইনকাৰেক্টে দিলোঁ দেই এইটো কেনেকুৱা কথা হ'ল থাৰ্ড নাম্বাৰ অ'কে দ্য নামদাং ষ্টন ব্ৰিজ নিয়াৰ শিৱসাগৰ এণ্ড শিলচাকো are key examples of Ahom secular architecture. The use of indigenous organic mortar coral has allowed this structure to survive massive earthquakes for over 300 years. বাপৰে যিটো মৰ্টাৰ আছিলে বৰা চাউল লাইম চূণ আৰু কি আছিলে এণ্ড what was there কণী হাঁহৰ কণী but what about this last statement এইটো মই ধৰিব নোৱাৰিলোঁ the বাছাৰী boats means naval fleets বাছাৰী boats মানে বাঁহেৰে বনোৱা নাও হ'ব বাছাৰী more I think during the monsoon season তো মনচুন ছিজনততো ফ্লাড হয় ন তো ৱৰ্ল্ড ট্ৰী কেনেকৈ হ'ল লাষ্টৰটোতো কাৰেক্ট হ'ব নালাগে most of these bridges were designed to let the passes I think of large naval fleets supports during the monsoon season মই ধৰিব নোৱাৰিলোঁ দেই এইটো মই অলপ হেৰি কৰি ৰাখিব লাগিব স্ক্ৰীনশ্বট এটা ৰাখি লওঁ এইটো ভালদৰে চাব লাগিব okay anyways 68 in the context of early medieval Indian history 600 to 1200 CE what does the term agrahara signify 600 to 1200 medieval Indian history agrahara signify a fortified settlement of the infantry soldiers এইটোৱে হ'ব আগত যোৱাটো agrahara land granted to Brahmins এইটো নহয় a masterpiece where foreign merchants were allowed to trade silk and spice no the royal storehouse first to have a to be here agrahara mane b agrahara to be here agrahara that is b land granted to Brahmins Brahminogulakok to land grant corona which was usually tax free and carried the right to collect revenue agrahara were tax free and carried the right to collect revenue okay এইটো which was usually tax free মানে সাধাৰণতে tax free হয় but carried the right কিন্তু সিহঁতৰ right আছিলে ন to collect revenue to tax free হয় যোনবাৰ তাৰ পৰা tax দিব নালাগে কিন্তু সেইটো সিহঁতে কেনেকৈ revenue collect কৰিব পাৰে I don't have understanding about this. Agrahar grants were the grants were a major feature of the Indian feudalism period. Yes, feudalism asile no. Mane Malik Kutin heneka dhornor. These grants helped in the expansion of agriculture into forest lands. Agriculture into forest lands. Forest agriculture and the spread of Sanskrit culture. Brahmin or in Assam, Nidhanpur copper plate is a famous record of such land grants by King Bhaskar Brahmana. Nidhanpur, Agrahara grants as Nidhanpur copper plate. Bhaskar Brahmana dynasty, no? Okay, anyways, 69. Oh, insert to the Hanisina Vaisilu. Consider the following statements regarding the Sonbil in Southern Assam. Sonbil to Korimganjatasino. It is the largest wetland in Northeast India and the second largest seasonal wetland in Asia. Yes, this is correct. It is characterized by the presence of hijol, freshwater mangrove forest. Mangrove forest to I don't think it's by the presence of hijol, freshwater mangrove forest. I don't think there. The wetland sits on the basin of the Kushir and Shinola rivers in the Karimganj district. This is correct, but it is a freshwater mangrove. Habo pare, but যিহেতু এইটো মেনগ্ৰোভ মানে পাহাৰৰ সৰি সাগৰৰ ক্লজ হয় ন ইফালে কৰিমগঞ্জ ইপিনে বাংলাদেশৰ ক্লজ হয় যিহেতু so I think all three are correct. All three, I will give all three. D, yes, D was the correct answer. Freshwater mangrove was এটা মানে ন এইটো সোণবিলত কৰিমগঞ্জৰ যিটো কুচিয়াৰা river and Shingla river আছে statements are correct. Sonbil is unique because it becomes a massive lake during the monsoon and a fertile paddy field. Okay, during winter it is a critical site for migratory birds and the local fishing community. To freshwater mangrove is it contact no? It was prothom janilo de. Ituko moi olo sabo lagibo to freshwater mangrove asine nai. Thakibo to lage to. Okay, anyways, no problem. With reference to the ninth schedule of the Indian Constitution, consider the following statements. Ninth schedule ki ase no? Ninth schedule language and ninth schedule ki asile? That was added by the first Constitutional Amendment 51 to protect land reform, laws from judicial review, laws placed in the ninth schedule. Non-seal are completely immune from challenge in any court under any circumstances. In the I.R. Quelho case 27, the Supreme Court ruled that laws added after April 24, 1973 can be challenged if they violate the basic structure. Ito I think kotikita kare khode bostu positive chen lagi ase. So ইয়াৰ ইমান ফাৰ্ডাৰ মই চিন্তা নকৰোঁ কাৰেক্ট বুলি এইটো নাইন চিডিউলত কি আছে মই এতিয়া জনাই নাই কিন্তু এতিয়া লেণ্ডৰ ৰিফৰ্মৰ কথা হেৰি কৈছিলে ন এইটো নাইন চিডিউলত প্ৰপাৰ্টিটো completely immune from challenge in any court under any circumstances completely immune কৈছে ন মানে একো হেৰি কৰিবই নোৱাৰে তাৰমানে completely এইটো B2 নহ'ব দেই 1 and 3 টো হ'ব 1 and 3 I will go for 1 and 3 yes কিয় কৈছোঁ মানে ইজ এ কমপ্লিটলি ইমিউন বুলি কৈছে সেইটোৰ কাৰণে মই ডাউট হৈ গ'ল আৰু বস্তুটো চ' এতিয়া আকৌ ভাল কৰি পঢ়ি চাওঁ এই বছৰ এডেড বাই দ্য ফাৰ্ষ্ট কনষ্টিটিউশ্যনেল এমেণ্ডমেণ্ট এইটো 1951 হৈছিলে টু প্ৰটেক্ট লেণ্ড ৰিফৰ্মছ লছ ফ্ৰম জুডিচিয়েল ৰিভিউ লেণ্ড ৰিফৰ্ম হেৰি প্ৰটেকশ্যনৰ কাৰণে লেণ্ড প্ৰপাৰ্টি প্ৰটেকশ্যনৰ কাৰণে ন অ'কে এইটো মানে নাইন চিডিউলত আছে তাৰমানে অ'কে এইটোতো হ'ব In the IR Guelho case 2007, the Supreme Court ruled that laws may added after April 24, 1973 can be challenged if they violate the basic structure. Okay. Basic structure to the violate, correct? They always challenge court of no. Well, the initial intent was too incorrect. No, initial intent was total immunity. Oh, total immunity can hear the IR Guelho judgment established that the judicial clock starts from the date of the Kesavananda Bharati judgment. If a law is a non-seal violates fundamental rights, but fundamental rights that is part 3 that are part of the basic structure, it can be struck down. Okay. এইটো ভালকে বুজি নাপালোঁ মানে চেষ্টা কৰা নাই দেই বুজিব অ'কে আৰু একবাৰ ট্ৰাই কৰোঁ জুডিচিয়েল ক্লক ষ্টাৰ্টছ ফ্ৰম দ্য ডেট অফ দ্য কেশৱানন্দ ভাৰতী জাজমেণ্ট য়েছ কেশৱানন্দ ভাৰতী জাজমেণ্টত কি আছিলে ন যিটো প্ৰিয়াম্বলৰ বেচিক ষ্ট্ৰাকচাৰ আছে সেইটো হেৰি নহয় মানে নন জাষ্টিচিয়েবল হয় কিন্তু সেইটো কনষ্টিটিউশ্যনৰ পাৰ্ট এটা হয় আৰু যদিও হেৰি কৰা হয় তেতিয়াহ'লে কিবা এটা আছিলে ৰ'ব পাহৰিলোঁ If a law is a non-seal violates fundamental rights or fundamental rights to violate Korean non-seal that are part of the basic structure, it can be struck down. Should they violate Korea or no? Discretionary কিছুমান আছে that are part of the basic structure. Okay. Whatever that is, I couldn't understand properly. With reference to the Ajivika sect in ancient India, considered for estimates, it was founded by the Makhali Gosala, contemporary of Gautama Buddha and Mahavira. Ajivika sect to Buddha Thermoresile. Makhali Gosala, contemporary of Gautama Buddha and Mahavira. The core philosophy of the sect was Niyati. Niyati means Niyoti, Photolism means to be which suggested that everything is predetermined and the human effort has no power to sense the outcome. এনেকৈ বিশ্বাস কৰে আৰু না যি হৈ হ'ব আৰু মানুহে একো চেঞ্জ কৰিব নোৱাৰে এনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ ভাগ্য যি আছে সেনেকুৱা Emperor Ashoka and his grandson Dasarath dedicated several rock-cut caves such as the Barabar caves to the Ajivika monks. To হ'ব পাৰে grandson Dasarath এইটো গতিকেইটা পজিটিভ হয় গতিকেইটাই হ'ব এইটো দিয়ে হৈ গ'ল কিছুমান বস্তু পজিটিভ থাকিলে পজিটিভ হৈ যাব That's because the major heterodox rival to Buddhism and Jainism. Heterodox rival bole. Jainism and Buddhism as we get to the Barabar caves for Azbika Buddhism. Barabar caves in Bihar are the oldest surviving rock-cut caves in India. Oldest rock-cut cave surviving in India. Surviving when survive Kurasi Bortoman. Barabar caves in Bihar. And despite Ashoka being a Buddhist, he practiced religious tolerance by patronizing. That's because Ajivika to Buddhism no? Ajivika Buddhism Ashoka to Buddhist asilo. Totapio is man বহুত ভাল আছিলে ন মানে সেকুলাৰ আছিলে আজিৰ যিটো চৰকাৰ সেনেকুৱা নিচিনা নাছিলে Okay. Ashoka and his grandson kingdom asile Dasarath বহুতকেইটা rock-cut cave বনাইছিলে ন Ajivika হেৰি monks বিলাকৰ কাৰণে monks Ajivika monks during the 1942 quit in the movement in 1942 when in the movement in Assam, the Ritu Bahini, that squad was a specialized force considered for estimates. Yes, it was the action wing of the Santisena Peace Army, and was open engaged in underground sabotage activities. Underground sabotage activities engaged as Lenige. Ritu Bahini, specialized force. Regarding this, its structure. Can you structure to know? It was the action wing of the Santissena and was often engaged in underground sabotage activities. Puspalata has played a pivotal role in organizing the Mritu Bahini, particularly in the Dorang district. Yes, Mritu Bahini strictly adhered to the principle of non-violence, even when faced with police firing at copper. It took correct, two and three correct, but it was the action wing of the Santissena. Santissena যদিও হয় তাৰ action কেনেকুৱা কথা হ'ব পাৰে was often engaged in underground sabotage activities. That is not correct. আছিলে যিটো এটা আছিলে কিবা বেলেগ ধৰণৰ but I don't think it was of the Santissena peacekeeping and was often engaged in underground sabotage activities. কিবা এটা আছিলে অসমতো এনেকুৱা. So I think all of them these are correct. All of this. That is D. Oh, it of মানে কি হল B মানে কি 1 and 2 only correct and Mritu Bahini strictly adhered to the principle of non-violence. Even when faced with police firing it. Oh, non-violence violence নকৰিছিল নেকি? Not so greatly going to be so এটা কিবা এটা ভেজাল আছে মানে even when কৈছে ন okay to incorrect হৈ থাকিলে it was incorrect because unlike the general Santissena, the Mritu Bahini was prepared for the ultimate sacrifice and often engaged in sabotage like cutting telegraph wires or derailing trains to disrupt British administration. While they didn't aim to kill, they moved beyond the traditional passive resistance. Incorrect. Okay. Unlike the General Santissena, the 1 and 2 were correct, but 3 was not correct. Unlike the Santissena, the Mritu Bahini was prepared for the ultimate sacrifice and open engaged in sabotage like cutting. Oh, অলপ বেলেগ ধৰণৰ আছিলে মৃত্যুৰ কাৰণে ৰেডি আছিলে sacrifice কৰিবৰ কাৰণে but they engaged in sabotage like cutting telegraph wires or derailing trains to disrupt British administration where they didn't aim to kill. Well, they didn't aim to kill. They didn't go per matter, but they engaged in some other demotivating activities for the British. Okay, of the British against British. They moved beyond the traditional passive resistance. While they didn't aim to kill, they moved beyond the traditional passive resistance. Okay, বুজি পাইছো. In the context of global warming, what does the term albedo affect refer to, and how does it act as a positive feedback loop? Albedo effect কি আছিলে? It is the measure of the reflectivity of a surface ice melting due to intensity. It is the measure of the reflectivity of a surface. Ice has a high albedo, yes, while open water has a low albedo. Something kind of, I don't know, probably. As global temperature rise, ice melts, reducing the Earth's albedo. Oh, that resistivity of melting, and that is the albedo, I guess, which leads to more heat absorption and further warming. The aerosol albedo effect suggests that increased pollution always increases the Earth's albedo, leading to a net cooling effect that cancels out global warming. Albedo main meaning to me ভাল কৰে global temperature rise Mm, ice melts. Reducing the Earth's albedo. ice যেতিয়া মেল্ট হয় তেতিয়া Earth's albedo কমি যায়। Resistivity of melting সেইটো কমি যায় না টেম্পাৰেচাৰ বাঢ়িলে, which leads to more heat absorption and further warming. ৱাৰ্মিং বেছি হয় তাৰমানে আইচটো কমি গ'লে ৱাৰ্মটো বেছি হয়। এইটোতো কাৰেক্ট হ'ব লাগে। Aerosol albedo effect that increased pollution effect or always increased as albedo leading to a net cooling effect that cancels out global warming. এইটোতো নহয়। It is not correct. Aerosol albedo effect যে হওক বা নহওক are correct. One is correct. It is the measure of the reflectivity of a surface. Albedo to reflectivity of a surface of ice is a high albedo, while open water has a low albedo. It correct. One, I will go for one only. That was not correct. 1 and 2 were correct. As global temperatures rise, our ice melts, reduces the Earth's albedo, which leads to more heat absorption. Which leads to more heat absorption and further warming. Whenever ice melts, the albedo of the Earth increases or reduces. That while albedo reduces, that means heat is more absorbed and warming becomes trapped. Warming traps warm means environmental warm gets trapped in the environment, and that is the reason for global warming. Okay, it incorrect we take a no. It came to be incorrect. As global temperatures rise, ice melts, reducing the Earth's albedo. Reducing the Earth's albedo, which leads to more heat absorption and albedo means resistivity power of melting or heat, something like that. It is not on Earth's respect, but it can be in respect of ice, but not in respect of Earth. This leads to more heat absorption. The more heat it absorbs, the more the warming increases. Okay. 1 and 2 are correct. This is a classic extreme value climate change equation. Statement 3 is incorrect because while some aerosol reflect light cooling, aerosol reflect means light cooling, or others like black carbon absorb heat warming. Black carbon, that is soot or what, something like that, absorb heat warming gas. Black carbon that traps warming gas, so they don't always cause cooling. Okay. So with reference to King Bhaskar Barman, the Barman dynasty considered the following statements. He was a contemporary of King Harshavardhana of Kannauj and maintained a strong diplomatic alliance with him. The Chinese traveler Xuanzang visited Kamarpa at the invitation of Bhaskar Barman. Bhaskar Barmaner সময়ত আছিলে নেকি হিউৱেনচাং আহিছিলেতো ন? আহিছিল, yes, this is correct. Harshavardhanar সময়ত আছিলে ন? He was King Bhaskar Barman, the Burman dynasty. He was contemporary of King Harshavardhana of Kannauj and maintained a strong. Yeah, this is correct. The Nidhanpur copper plate, yes, instruction issued by him to review, that is 10 to 11th century, something like that. Renew land grants to Brahmins in the region of Shilheten, Kashar. The Nidhanpur copper plate to here কৰিছিলে ইছ্যু কৰিছিলে, and তাতে কি আগ্ৰাহাৰ নে কিবা এনেকৈ আছিলে ন? আগ্ৰাহাৰ, that is land granted to the Brahmins, which were tax-free, something like that. Issued by him to renew land grants to Brahmins in the region of Sylhet and Kasar. Kasar is not Brahmin asil niki? I don't know. Maybe. So all are correct. See. Kiyo ba kotiketa all are correct basically dise. Oldman Sakarak Bhaskaravarmana was the most illustrious ruler of the Burman dynasty. His alliance with Harsha helped him regain territories from the that is Kura king. Oh, Harshavatana help কৰিছিলে ন ভাস্কৰবৰ্মনক যিটো মেট্ৰিমনিয়েল এলায়েন্স লৈ গৈছিলে যিটো কুৰা কিং আছিলে তাক হেৰি কৰিব শশাংকা ডিফিট কৰিবৰ কাৰণে শশাংকা ডিফিট মানে তাৰ মানে লেণ্ড ৰিগেইন কৰিছিলে হৰ্ষবৰ্ধনৰ লেণ্ড ভাস্কৰবৰ্মনৰ লেণ্ড লৈছিলে শশাংকা আৰু এইটো ৰিগেইন কৰিব সহায় কৰিছিলে হৰ্ষবৰ্ধনে হিউৱেন চাংছ একাউণ্টছ provide the most detailed early descriptions of the socio-economic life of Kamrupa. Okay, Kamrupa sile. Regarding the S-400 Triumph missile system of the indigenous Kush project Kusha, that is Kush the following. S-400 is a long-range surface-to-air missile. Same system capable of engaging targets up to 400 kilometers away. Itu correct hobo lagi. Project Kusha is India's and the indigenous Kusha project. Kusha is India's indigenous initiative to develop a long-range surface-to-air missile system similar to the S-400. Both systems are designed to provide a multi-layered air defense shield against aircraft, UAV, and ballistic missiles. Multi-layered air defense shield. Defense core shield ne aircraft, unmanned aerial vehicles, and ballistic missiles. Kusa to he asle itu targets. Kusa is India's indigenous initiative to develop a long-range surface-to-air missile system. Kusa to defense kora asle maybe. All correct hobo de DA hobo. DA hoy correct answer. 2026 India is focusing on Atmanirbharta in defense project Kusha being developed by DRDO aims to provide a domestic equivalent to the Russian S-400 to Russian and Israeli US systems to secure Indian airspace. Okay. With reference to the Sangam literature of South India, consider the following statements. South India, consider the following statements. With reference to the Sangam literature of South India. Statements. The Sangam poems are broadly classified into two categories: Akam, inner love, and Puram, that is outer world. Hobo paride. Karan positive bostue diate, negative nidiye pray. The Silappadikaram written by Ilango article is that the Iliad of Tamil poetry. Ilango Adigalam. Oh, itu hoy, correct itu hoy, itu kara hoy. Ilango article itu Silappadikaram. Tamil Iliad of Tamil poetry, and tells the story of Kannagi. Itu hobo. Tolkappiyam is earliest surviving book of Tamil grammar and also provides insights into the social hierarchy of the time. Itu gotekite correct hobo de to karon he follow kori ase. The Sangam poems were broadly classified into two categories: Akam, inner love, and Puram, outer world. অতিকত দিয়ে হ'ব কিয় এনেকুৱা হৈ আছে মই ভাবিব নাই অলপ ক্ৰিটিকেল কৰি দিব লাগে চব মানে ৰিভিজনৰ কাৰণে হেল্প হোৱা নিচিনা কিন্তু মেইন এক্সামতো এনেকুৱাই আহে কুৱেশ্যন মই নাজানোতে also mentioned correct. Sangam literature raised a window into the early history of the far south. Akam focuses on the emotional world. And Puram, this way the kindly virtues and heroism. There is the work and in changes in the Puram. The Silappadikaram and Manimekalai are the two great epics of this era. Regarding the National Waterway 2, Sudia to Dhubri, yes. Kolkata 1, National Waterway 1, Sudia to Dhubri, this is Brahmaputra, that is 2. In Assam, consider the following statements. It covers a total length of 891 kilometer on Brahmaputra River. Itu itu হয় যেহেতু almost 900 হ'ব লাগিব ন যেটো on the Brahmaputra River at 891 হয় হ'ব লাগে the Indo-Bangla Protocol road connects National Waterway 2 to National Waterway 1 via the Bangladesh river system itu হয়. In 2025, the Kaladan multimodal project was officially integrated with National Waterway 2 to allow direct C2 river cargo movement to Dibrugarh. যেটো Kaladan multimodal project to Lohit River operation no the Dibrugarh in 2025 to officially integrated with to allow direct sea movement to এটোতো sure হ'ব but হ'ব লাগে গোটেইকেইটাই all three correct হ'ব 891 কিলোমিটাৰ আছে এটো নেশ্যনেল waterway all three correct নহয় এটো দ্বিতীয় নহয় 3 টো নহয় এইবাৰে মানে ফসাই দিছে In 2025, the Kaladan multimodal project was officially integrated to with National Waterway 2 to allow direct C2 river cargo movement to Dibrugarh. C2 river cargo movement related to river he hoy Brahmaputra river he hoy okay faltu statement eta balo aro no it correct because the Kaladan project primarily connects Kolkata to Mizoram. Kaladan project to Kolkata from Mizoram eta connect kora bhai ache to ho Kaladan multi model project he asile itu moi janu Kaladan multi model eto situৱে মিজোৰামৰ মিজোৰাম আৰু কিবা কয় মিজোৰামৰ হৈহে যায় কলকাতা to মিজোৰাম primarily connects Kolkata to Mizoram via situৱে যেটো Myanmar এটা হেৰি আছে ন situৱে মানে seaport. It doesn't geographically integrate directly into the Brahmaputra's National Waterway 2 system duto na যায় which really relies more on the Indo-Bangladesh project route. Indo-Bangladesh protocol route which relies on Indo-Bangladesh protocol route through Bangladesh to reach the Bay of Bengal. To Kaladan to to kiba locust policy na kiba hiyo dore eta area asile no okay. Tularam Senapati was a significant figure in the history of 19th century Assam, which resented his role as an autonomous chief. Not Kasar Hills, that is Khasi Hills. Not Kasar Hills, Yaselinege Khasi Hills to know. So they tracked Motok Kingdom Tularam to Motokorasile. I think Motok Hobolagade. Motok Kingdom, that is the Tularam to not Kasar Hills Rasil Dimaso. Okay. Tularam to negative equal. Tularam Senapati was a Dimasa chief who carved out an independent territory in the North Kasar Hills, during the decline of the Kasari Kingdom and the Kasari King asile no Tularam no bhaldore Kasar bilagor Dimasar logot relation asile Dimasa Kingdom kurisile no Kasari Kingdom and the early British intervention. His territory was eventually annexed by the British in 1854. His territory was eventually annexed by the British in 1854. Under the Indian Constitution, the governor has constitutional discretion acting without aid advice in which of the following catches. Under the Indian Constitution, the governor has constitutional discretion. Governor has constitutional discretion without acting without aid advice. These are the following cases. Constitutional discretion থাকে মানে governor. That is reservation of a bill for the consideration of the president. Recommendation for the imposition of the presidency rule in the state. Mission of the president's rules in the state itu hoy itu correct hobo. And seeking information from the chief minister regarding administrative and legislative matters. Seeking information from the chief minister regarding however discretion say exercising functions as the administrator of an adjoining Indian territory. Functions. Ito 5. Reservation of a bill for the consideration. All for it is sure. All for D. Yes, D. Current government or motamatu lagibo no. All four are examples of constitutional discretion. Unlike the president, who has only situational discretion, the governor is explicitly empowered by the Constitution to act independently in these specific scenarios. Okay, with reference to the erosion of Majuli Island, consider the following extreme value statements. The total area of Majuli has shrunk from approximately 1250 square kilometer in 1901 to less than 500 square kilometer in 2025. 800 by Silopur, but the 500 this year, I don't know. The Kherkotia Suti branch of Brahmaputra is the primary source of the northern bank erosion of the island. Northern, okay, of the island, no, north bank erosion of the island. The Kherkotia Suti to Hobo Lage. The branch of the Brahmaputra is the primary source of the northern bank erosion of the geological Majuli is a breadper island performed by the shifting of the Brahmaputra to a more southerly to a more southerly course following 1950 earthquake. Itu kuntu correct boli goise 2 and 3 to hobo lage. All correct hobo de to 500 to 800 asle no 500 de hobo mane bahut kita komi goise no 800 to 500 kene ki iman komibo 1250 square kilometer asle 1901 ot aru ite 25 ot 500 boli goise 500 ase korbat konba kon kitabot Kherkoti Sutia branch of Brahmaputra is the primary source of the northern bank erosion of the island. Hobo ito hobo Kherkotia hoti to asile northern bank islander northern bank to islander northern bank ut Brahmaputra is the primary source of the northern bank erosion of the island. Northern bank to ipine Kherkotia Suti lot ase but erosion to no hoy tate. I don't think so. Erosion takes place in the northern part of Majuli. Southern part of Brahmaputra logot hoy. This is not correct, I guess. So I will not go for 2. So 1 and 3 are correct. Whatever it is, C. D correct with it. Okay. This is the correct answer. Northern part to mane olop khoi khatul hoy mane erosion hoy. Huru khana river se ide Kherkotia hoti to. 1950 Great Assam earthquake. Eventually, that is changed the hydrology of the Brahmaputra. 1950 change, you know, making Majuli more vulnerable. Majuli is vulnerable. Is any no. The Kherkotia Suti bifurcation. Kherkotia Suti bifurcation, you know, isn't it a major factor in its fluctuating size? Oh, Okay. Uh, with reference to the status of women in ancient India, consider four statements. In the early Vedic period, women like Gargi and Maitreyi participated in intellectual debates and had access to the Upanayanam initiation ceremony. It to correct. The Buddhist Therigatha is a unique collection of poems composed by senior nuns, bhikkhunis, that is expressing their spiritual liberation. Buddhist Therigatha, unique collection of poems composed by senior nuns. হ'ব পাৰে এইবিলাক মানে অলপ এফাৰ্মেটিভ হয় বস্তুবিলাক The practice of sati became a widespread and institutionalized social norm across India during the Mauryan Empire. হ'ব পাৰে আগতেতো সতী প্ৰথা নাছিলে নে আছিল বেদিক পিৰিয়ডত নাছিলে বোধহয় চ' এনচিয়েণ্ট ইণ্ডিয়া ন সতী প্ৰথাটো মৰিয়ান পিৰিয়ডতে বেছিকৈ হেৰি হৈছিলে ন চ' অল আৰ কাৰেক্ট দিয়ে হ'ব অনলি 1 and 2 অ'কে ফুল হ'ল মোৰ এইটো মৰিয়ান পিৰিয়ডত তাৰমানে সতী প্ৰথা নাছিলে সতী প্ৰথাটো তাৰ পিছতে হৈছে এইটো চাওঁ কি আছে The early Vedic period allowed significant religious and intellectual freedom to women. Yes, womenৰ লগত ভাল এটা ৰিলেশ্যন আছিলে The Therigatha is part of the Sutta Pitaka and is one of the earliest pieces of women's literature in the world. Statement 3 is incorrect. Okay, while isolated instances of self-immolation existed, sati was not a widespread or institutionalized norm during the Maurya period. It gained greater prevalence much later. Institutionalized বুলি কৈছে নহয় সেইটোৰ কাৰণে ভুল হ'ল নহয় সেইটো হ'লেতো হ'ব but much later greater prevalence much later primarily from the Gupta and post-Gupta periods onwards Mauryan period then Gupta period ভাবিছিলোঁ Gupta periodৰ পৰা মানে বস্তুটো বেছি হেৰি হৈছিলে regarding the Assam Space Policy 2024 to 26 and India's new launch facility is considered following the new small satellite launch vehicle SSLV put at Kulasikara-Pattinam is designed to support the private space sector including startups from Northeast India. I don't know. Kulasikara-Pattinam হ'ব পাৰে তাৰ কাৰণে গৈছে বস্তু শুনো Assam Space Policy 24-25-26 Assam is establishing a space data center to utilize ISRO's satellite imagery for real-time flood monitoring and forest space data center forest cover analysis flood The Northeastern Space Application Center is a joint initiative of the Department of Space and the Northeastern Council. Northeastern Space Application Center, joint initiative of the Department of Space and Northeastern Council. Northeastতো এনেকুৱা কিবা কিবি বনোৱাৰ কথা শুনি আছিলোঁ এইটো গোটেইকেইটা কাৰেক্ট নান বুলি দিছে নানে হ'ব নেকি তো SSLV Small Satellite Launch Vehicle Kulasikara-Pattinam নৰ্থ ইষ্টত কেনেকৈ হ'ব তামিলনাডুৰ নামটো কেৰেলাৰ নামটো নান দিলে কেনেকুৱা হ'ব হয় নান হ'ব নহ'লে অল থ্ৰী হ'ব হয়তো নৰ্থ ইষ্টত এনেকৈ স্পেচ বনাইছে নেকি বনালেতো কেতিয়াবাই হ'ল হয় ন 24-26 কৰি দিয়া আছে আছাম স্পেচ পলিচি নান দি দিওঁ হ'লে হ'ল নহ'লে নাই নানো নহয় বোলে অল থ্ৰীয়ে বোলে অ'কে এইটো নিগেটিভ হৈ গ'ল ন One correct বোলে Nesak this is located in Umya Meghalaya is the backbone of space tech application in the region the Assamor কথা কৈছে এনচাৰটো সৰুকৈ দিছে ন ৰিগাৰ্ডিং আছাম স্পেচ পলিচি কথা কৈছে আৰু ইপিনে নৰ্থ ইষ্টৰ কথা আহি গ'ল ন বস্তুটো মেঘালয়ৰ উমিয়ামত এটা বনাইছে নেচাক নৰ্থ ইষ্ট কেইটা এটা স্পেচ এপ্লিকেশ্যন চেণ্টাৰ অ'কে Meghalaya Umiam backbone of space tech application in the region. The 2026 focus is on downstream space applications and satellite data for governance and digital management in the Brahmaputra Valley. Okay. মানে অসমতো বনাইছে তাৰমানে এইখিনি ভালকৈ পঢ়িলোঁ The new small satellite launch vehicle SSLV small satellite launch vehicle put at Kulasekara Battinam is designed to support the design কৰিছে যেনিবা তামিলনাডুৰ হ'ব এইটো support the private space sector okay support কৰিব আৰু মেঘালয়ৰ উমিয়ামৰ এইটো including startups from Northeast India মেঘালয়ৰ এইটো উমিয়ামত আছে Assam has established a space data center to utilize ISRO satellite imagery for real-time flight monitoring and establish Kursi Space Data Center, forest cover analysis. Northeastern Space Application Center is a joint initiative of the Department of Space and the Northeastern Council. Okay, Department of Space and Northeastern Council joint initiative. Okay. With reference to the 16th Finance Commission, whose recommendations apply from 26 onwards. Consider the following statements. When the 16th Finance Commission, whose recommendations apply from 2026 onwards, consider the following statements. The commission is chaired by Arvind Panagaria. Finance Commission, which should apply 20 onwards. To 16th Finance Commission Arvind Panagaria it has been tasked with reviewing the emergence of financing disaster management initiatives under the Disaster Management Act 2005. The horizontal Finance Commission that is with the emergence of financing disaster management initiatives under the Disaster Management Act. To Finance Commission it is horizontal devolution formula now gives 20% weightage to forest and ecology to incentivize conservation in states like Assam and Arunachal Pradesh. 20% weightage to forest and ecology to incentivize conservation in states like Okay, these are all correct. That is 3 to নহয় Okay, এইটো incorrect হৈ গ'ল 3 to কেনেকৈ নহয় the horizontal devolution formula now gives 20% weightage for forest and ecology এইটোতো forest and ecology আৰু ইপিনে আছিলে conservation like incentivize নকৰিব ন disaster management Okay. These are the primary mandates of the 16th Finance Commission. 3 is incorrect as a fact for the 16th Finance Commission, specifically with the 15th Finance Commission. The inversion weight is to forest and ecology. The 16th Finance Commission is still in the process of finalizing its specific weights criteria for the 2026 to 2031 period experience must which for the final report release in late 25 or early 26. Okay, the line system introduced in 1920 in colonial Assam was intended to line system. Okay, answer to দেখাই পালোঁ মই answer to দেখাই পালোঁ B বুলি দেখাই পালোঁ একে চাওক তথাপি মই নিজে অনুমান কৰি কিনে কোনটো দিলোহেঁতেন তোমাৰ নলেজৰ ফালৰ পৰা the line system introduced in 1920 in colonial Assam was intended to line system colonial Assam no কি আছিলে ন 1920 okay divide the tea gardens into British owned and Indian owned sectors segregate the immigrant settlement areas from the indigenous populations in the Brahmaputra Valley map the boundary between the hills and the plains tax collection line system. Design it paid for the first railway line from Itutunobo, mark the boundary between the hills and the plains for tax itu hobo pare hene kon sinage marilo segregate the immigrant settlement areas from the indigenous populations in the immigrant bilag or indigenous people bilagok separate correct the line na in the Brahmaputra Valley itu hobo pare hills or plains or hobo pare the 1922 British or time asile no plan tax divide the tea gardens British owned and Indian owned sectors. Ito nasa nila day. That's why it was the segregation of immigrant settlement areas from the indigenous populations in the Brahmaputra Valley. Okay, ito incorrect ko mo incorrect ko lo heten korbat bile ko did lo heten. So the line system was an administrative measure to restrict the settlement of immigrant peasants, mostly from East Bengal, to specific lands or areas aimed at protecting the land rights and ethnic composition of the indigenous people. It remains a core historical root of the Puran issue in Assam. Okay. 85. Consider the following regarding biomagnification and bioaccumulation, and biomagnification and bioaccumulation. Bioaccumulation refers to the increase in the concentration of a population in a single organism over time. Bioaccumulation refers to the increase of way to accumulate in the concentration of a pollutant in a single organism over time. I don't think pollution and accumulation. Pollutant accumulation. Bioaccumulation, I don't think this is correct. Bioaccumulation, biomagnification. How about it? Biomagnification refers to the tendency of pollutants to increase in concentration as they move up the food chain. How about it? For a pollutant to biomagnify, pollutant does biomagnify. Biomagnification refers to the tendency of pollutant to increase. Yes, if it is correct, then this is correct. It must be long-lived. Then for a pollutant, then pollutant becomes, if it gets modified, means magnified, it must be long-lived, mobile, soluble in fats, and biologically active. And this can further deplete the biology. Pollutant a single organism over time. Bioaccumulation refers to the increase in the concentration of pollutant in a single organism over time. It all correct hobo day. It all correct hobo yaar bostu bilak situ pattern itu te buji pogusi. Baki iman knowledge nai itu yaar pattern mote all correct hobo. Yes, all correct. This is a vital concept for the CS paper 1 environment section. Heavy metals like mercury, and found in some industrial effluents in the Barak River. Mercury are classic examples of substances that undergo biomagnification. Mercury is the environment increase hoy the mane eniko dhonor heri hoy no increase hoy jay no olop ki pollutant bilak increase hoy jay. ইমান ভালকে নাচাওঁ দে সময় নাই টাইম শ্বৰ্ট হৈ আহিছে With reference to the history of coins in India, consider following statements. The Indo-Greeks were the first rulers Indo-Greeks persons to issue coins, which was definitely be attributed to particular kings, which can definitely be attributed. Indo-Greeks first hiblaki hobo coin. The coin issued the largest number of copper coins, but it was the Guptas who issued the most spectacular gold coins, known as dinara. So it was correct hobo. Kusana bilak copper coin here kursile no, and Guptas that is gold coins. That is punch marked coins. Punch na pants itu pants punch na punch marked coins. Mane jitu hator muthi no pants mara. Itu mark kora ase no, made primarily of silver, where the earliest coins were the earliest coins or punch mark coins were made of Okay, good. Good. Silver were earliest coins and lacked any inscriptions or well portraits. Inscription or well portrait নাছিলে তাতে নেকি? I don't think so. I don't think so. এটা royal portrait থাকেই যিকোনো কুইনত তাতে নাছিলে বুলি কৈছে ন আৰ্লিয়েষ্ট আছিলে ন আৰ্লিয়েষ্ট কুইন্স 5 মাৰ্ক এইটো নহ'ব যেন লাগিছে 1 and 2 হ'ব নেকি 1 and 2 হ'ব দে এইটোৱে হ'ব বুলি দি দিলোঁ ফুল হৈ থাকিলে 5 মাৰ্ক কুইন্সবিলাক আৰ্লিয়েষ্ট আছিলে আৰু এইটো চিলভাৰৰ আছিলে আৰু এইটোত বেলেগ মানে ইনস্ক্ৰিপশ্যন আছিলে ৰয়েল পৰ্ট্ৰেইট কিবা কিবি ৰাজে পুতুম ফুল সেইবিলাক এনেকৈ নাছিলে আকৌ কাৰ কি সেনেকুৱা খালি 5 মাৰ্কৰ আছিলে Kusnas were first copper coin maker and issue কৰিছিলে আৰু ইপিনে gold coin আছিলে the Guptas and Greek Indo-Greeks were the first rulers to issue coin in India but which can definitely be attributed to particular kings বেলেগ বেলেগ ধৰণৰ king আৰু ন Indo-Greeks introduced portraits and Greek Kharosthi legends Indo-Greeks introduced portraits and Greek Kharosthi legends বিলাকৰ portrait use কৰিছিলে মানে portrait ন কুইনত কুশনছ আণ্ডাৰ কনিষ্ক standardized gold coins কুশন বিলাকৰ যিটো gold coins কনিষ্ক আছিলে gold coin introduce মানে standardize কৰিছিলে ন Gupta coins were famous for the artistic excellence depicting kings playing the Bina or performing Asametha Bina মাক কৰা আছিলে আৰু কি আছিলে also মেথা ডিপিক্ট কৰা আছিলে কুইনত বাট কি আছিলে কি কুইন আছিলে এইটো 5 মাৰ্কটো কুইন্স চিলভাৰৰ আছিলে আৰু তাতে কোনো ৰয়েল ফেমিলিৰ মাৰ্ক কৰা নাছিলে অনলি 5 আছিলে 87 regarded the vibrant villages program and its implementation in Northeast India as of 2026 was the following. It aims to improve infrastructure and provide livelihood opportunities in villages of the northern border to prevent migration. Vibrant villages program. It aims to improve infrastructure and provide livelihood opportunities in villages along the northern border to prevent migration. In Assam, the program primarily focuses on the districts bordering that is Bangladesh to curb illegal infiltration. Vibrant village program. The program emphasizes community-based tourism as a key driver for economic development in this border hamlets. Border infrastructure হয় vibrant village program to border লগত অলপ concentrated আছে implementation in Northeast India it aims to provide infrastructure and provide livelihood opportunities in villages along the northern border to prevent migration northern border we say northern border of which country northern border vibrant village program I don't know northern border হ'ব নেকি চাইনাৰ ফালৰ অৰুণাচলত হ'ব নেকি ভূটানত হ'ব নেকি এইটোতো নহ'ব হ'লে সাউথাৰ্ণ বৰ্ডাৰত হ'ব বাংলাদেশৰ ন in Assam the program primarily focuses on all the districts bordering Bangladesh to curb illegal এইটো হ'ব the program emphasizes community-based tourism as a key driver for economic development in this border hamlets yes to entry হ'ব পাৰে yes এটা B দিছে ন 1 and 3 হে কাৰেক্ট হয় northern borderতহে আছিলে so এইটো ইনকাৰেক্ট হৈ থাকিলে VVP vibrant village program implementation in Northeast India Northeast India মানে কি মেঘালয় বাংলাদেশ মিজোৰাম মণিপুৰ sorry Bangladesh নহয় it aims to improve infrastructure and provide livelihood opportunities in villages out the northern borders to prevent migration এইটো okay northern borders হয় ন আসামৰ লগত নহ'ব but আসামৰ লগতে হ'ব but for সেইবিলাক হ'ব আৰু মণিপুৰ নাগালেণ্ড এইবিলাকৰ বা মেঘালয় এনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ হ'ব লাগে in Assam এইটো To correct, the program primarily focuses on Assamor logot to hiniki ase border Bangladeshor logot, but the northern border logot no puribo no bustuto. Ito no hoy Assamor logot no hoy to money. The program emphasizes that is community-based tourism as a key driver for economic development in these border hamlets. Okay. The Vibrant Village program specifically targets the northern border, China border. Oh, China border. Bangladesh or logot no connection. China border. Program targets northern border, China border. In the northeast, it implies that is Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, but not the Assam Bangladesh border. Assam Bangladesh border no hai. Sikkim and Arunachal are logot related with China, and it is handled under different border management schemes. Okay, I took Gompalo Day. PPP Vibrant Village Program 2, China with relation to Arunachal and Sikkim. Okay. And I want to start Indian stock market the term T plus zero settlement, which became standard in 25. T plus zero settlement and stock market. Okay, answer to the below. So whatever. The requirement for a company to go public with 0 days of SEBI approval, the same day settlement of funds, and that is security after a trade is executed. After a trade is executed, a policy where 0 tax is levied on long-term capital gains. That is long-term capital gain. Zero. That is zeros. The immediate delisting of companies with zero trading volumes. Ito more negative over there. Nasa nilohitin mo. Diba makuro lohitin kung napaw. But ito correct answer to is le. Ito sorry. Ito. Correct answer to D B is Indian stock market or time to guess le T plus zero settlement. 2025 is le was to and that means the same day settlement of funds. Under settlement, same day and securities, funds and securities after a trade is executed. Money business to waloge, fund and security, everything collapses, means settles. India moved from T plus 2 or T plus 2 to T plus 1, and by late 2025, SEBI successfully implemented T plus 0 for certain segments, making India a global leader in trade settlements. This reduces counterparty risk and increases liquidity. Okay, that means dhar thar and koi na thake no direct settle hui jai ro mane pura ki ko tak at spot mane bostu to pura complete hui jai. It 89. The Potrughat uprising is often correct. It was a peasant protest against exorbitant increasing land revenue by the British. That is correct. The protest was led primarily by the rice mills, people's assemblies. Yes. Unlike Jallianwala, the police firing at Potrughat resulted in 0 casualties as the crowd dispersed peacefully. No, this is not correct. Only 1, 2, and 2 are correct. Correct. We need correct, so A is the correct answer. Yes. Okay. On January 20th, 1894, approximately 140 persons were killed, 140 as per unofficial estimates, when the British opened fire on a peaceful protest in Darang. Okay, Potrughat 1894. That is on 28th January. Nakams, that is 90. Which of the following is considered the most essential bioindicator of air pollution? Specifically, sulfur dioxide. Most sensitive bioindicator of air pollution, that is license water hyacinth. Water hyacinth. Bioindicator of sulfur dioxide air pollution, license, neem tree, common sparrow. What is this? Okay, air pollution or kotha koise no. Neem tree, water hyacinth, license, common sparrow, sensitive bioindicator. Itu water hyacinth to amar native no hoy. The following is considered the most sensitive bioindicator most sensitive bioindicator মানে অলপ মানে বেছি sensitive হয় আৰু মানে of air pollution হ'লে কি হয় সালফাৰ ডাইঅক্সাইড হ'লে কি লিচেনবিলাক মৰি যায় নেকি এচিডিক হ'লে water hyacinth name 3 common sparrow কি বা মই নাজানো দে এইটো দিয়ে হ'ব লাগে common sparrow নাজানো ন এইটো লিচেন্স হয় নাই খোলা নহয় কিয় লাগে ৰং হ'ল নিগেটিভ হ'ল কি হ'ল পাপাক ফোন কৰা ফোন নাই মই পঢ়াই আছোঁ মই লিচেন্স আছিলে ন এইটো সালফাৰ ডাইঅক্সাইড 2 SO4 SO2 বা ইণ্ডিকেটৰ এইটো লিচেন্স এইটো তামোল গছত থাকে তামোল গছৰ যদিও হেৰি থাকে ভেকৰ নিচিনা এইটো লিচেন্স বুলি কয় symbiotic relationship between algae and fungi yes algae and fungi that is solution like waxy cuticle and absorb everything from the air high sulfur dioxide to levels kill them making their absence a clear sign of poor air quality air quality to beya hoy no license bilakor mane waxy cuticle hetu mane mombati nisina cuticle eta kiba eta bostu mane absorb hoy mane lek hoy no komise absorb everything from the air mane air ji ase mane sulfur dioxide to absorb kore high sulfur dioxide level kills them mori jay to mane no making their absence a clear sign of poor air quality jintu jagat mane tamul gosot মানে অসৰসতে তামোল গছ থাকে না আমাৰ অসমত তামোল গছত এইটো লিচেন্স বিলাক নাথাকে বা মৰি যায় এইটো এয়াৰ কোৱালিটি ডিগ্ৰেড হৈছে এইটো আৰু প্ৰবলেমটো ওকে 91 with reference to the digital rupee launched by the RBI consider the following statements it is a central bank digital currency when that acts as a launched by it hoboy RBI launch korise as a digital version of cash yes and is a legal tender hobo pare hobo itu unlike money in a bank account the digital rupee does not earn any interest and is a direct liability of the Reserve Bank of India. Unlike money in a bank, the rupee doesn't earn any interest and is a direct liability of the Reserve Bank of India. Unlike money is not honiki. It incorrect does not earn any interest. It direct incorrect. One correct to incorrect 3-2 okay 3-2 of course correct hobo so 1 and 3 is correct C sorry all of them were correct unlike money in a bank or thaka money nisina no hai digital currency the digital currency doesn't earn any interest earn no kore tamne central bank digital currency launched by the RBI it doesn't earn any interest and is a direct liability of the Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India's liability thakar karone ito eko interest earn nokore. It can be transacted using digital wallets offered by banks. Ito bank or money and it can be transacted using digital wallet transact korbo pare offered by banks or even in online mode without an active internet connection. Bapre internet connection na lage eto negative hoi gol aru mor upai nai to go well three way correct to central bank India digital currency to eta currency hoy aru eto mane ki koise digital version of cash hoy is a legal tender mane useful hoy no legally kintu eto mane চবৰ কাৰণে নহয় বোধ হয় এইটো খালি বেংকৰ কাৰণেহে হয় লাইক মানি ইন বেংক মানে বেংকত থকা পইচা নিচিনা নহয় এইটো কোনো মানে ইণ্টাৰেষ্ট হেৰি নকৰে কাৰণ এইটো সম্পূৰ্ণ ৰিজাৰ্ভ বেংকৰ আণ্ডাৰত থাকে মানে ৰেছপনচিবিলিটি ইট কেন বি ৰেছপনচিবিলিটি মানে কি সেইটো বেলেগৰ কাৰণে নহয় ৰিজাৰ্ভ বেংকৰ সেইটো বস্তুটো ইট কেন বি ট্ৰেন্সেক্টেড ইউজিং ডিজিটেল ৱালেটছ অফাৰ্ড বাই বেংকছ এইটো বেংক টু বেংক মানে ৰিজাৰ্ভ বেংক টু আদাৰ বেংকছ ইট কেন বি ট্ৰেন্সেক্টেড to them only, not by the common use for people, and that's why there is not any interest type of tendencies are there, so it can be transacted while it is offline also. Okay, it doesn't require any internet connection. This digital rupee is designed to mirror physical case. Yes, it is not physical case, but it is the mirror of physical case. It is not an account, but a token. Yeah. As of 25-26, the RB has been testing offline functionality to ensure it can be used in remote areas of India. Oh, yeah, if that is online mode of transaction, then if there is no internet connection, then how can that be transacted towards to the remote areas? So there is a problem. So the transaction mode they have changed it to become offline. Okay, it was the highlight towards of the noticed. Okay. 92. The transformation of C20 into C21 during the Indian presidency and its subsequent summits in 25 has major implications. The African Union was admitted as a permanent member, giving it the same status as the European Union. The Global Biofuels Alliance there was launched as a G21 initiative to promote the use of sustainable biofuels. This is also correct. India utilized the G21 platform to propose the global digital public infrastructure repository. Ito nasa no halke. India utilized the G21 platform to propose the global digital public infrastructure repository to all three correct hobo lage dey all three. C is the correct answer. The inclusion of the African Union representing 55 nations. African Union has 55 nations, which are master stroke for global South diplomacy. Okay, Africa is to the south. Yes, global South diplomacy. This is like global South diplomacy. Okay, to global to kiasile GBA to kiasile global GBA Global Biofuels Alliance, Global Biofuels Alliance, and to kiasile DPI too. DPI. Oh, itu Global Digital Public Infrastructure. Digital Public Infrastructure Repository and her UPI model. Itu ni ko hai. Digital Public Infrastructure and her UPI are the key pillars of the India stake being shared with the world. Okay. Article 371B, that is related to Assam of the Indian Constitution, contains special provisions with respect to the state of Assam. What does it specifically prohibit? The creation of a committee of the Legislative Assembly consisting of members elected from the tribal areas. Yes, the establishment of a separate high court for the tribal. The mandatory reservation of 50% of government jobs. The power of the governor to override this. That is A is the correct answer. Okay, A is the correct answer. Article 371B was added by the 22nd Amendment Act 1969. 22nd Amendment Act 1969 to facilitate the creation of the state of Meghalaya and to provide with what? To facilitate the creation of the state of Meghalaya and to provide for a committee. Article 371B. Meghalaya to provide for a committee in the Assam Assembly to oversee tribal interests. This is related to Assam, but to facilitate the creation of the state of Meghalaya. At the time, Meghalaya was included in inside Assam. Yes, the facilitate the creation of the state of Meghalaya and to provide for a committee in the Assam Assembly to oversee tribal interests. Oh, did the separate no Meghalaya to 73 separate from Assam. Okay. Anyways, whatever this is, no problem to go forward. Okay. With reference to the reference to India's deep ocean mission. Okay, okay. Constable estimates the mission is coordinated by the Ministry of Arts and Sciences. It involves the development of much 6,000 unmanned submersible designed to carry through people to depth of 6,000 meters. Not this is not done. The primary objective is the exploration and extraction of polymetallic nodules which contain rare earth metals like nickel and cobalt. Deep ocean exploration. To do one to two correct higher. One to two correct higher, but it involves the development of matcha. Matcha 6,000. Ikaw guys. Deep ocean exploration and development of matcha submarine, matcha 6,000 manned submarine designed to carry 3 people to depth of 6,000 meters. Bapre. 6,000 meter tulod ho. So 1 kilometer tulod. Okay. So tulod to 11,000 kilometer. The primary objective is the exploration and extraction of polymetallic nodules which contain rare earth metals like nickel and cobalt. 6,000 meter like is na. Okay, ito dia bude. Yes, this is the correct answer. Ito बहुत बेसी important হয় to deep ocean exploration, that is matcha 6,000 the 3জন মানুহ 6,000 meter তলত যাব এটো submarine ৰ জৰিয়তে matcha 6,000 number submarine ৰ জৰিয়তে to main submarine 3 men can they place inside. Okay, আৰু এটো polymetallic nodules মানে extract কৰিব মানে earth metal like nickel and cobalt from the deep seabed. Okay, ito Ministry of Arts and Sciences. And India is the first developing nation to undertake such a mission. These polymetallic nodules are vital for India's green energy transition batteries for electronic vehicles. Okay, these polymetallic nodules are vital for India's, that is rare earth metal, no, rare earth metal, cobalt, nickel, so green energy karone no important hoy iblang metal green energy produce useful hoy. Okay, the Battle of Itacoli 1682 is considered the final and decisive conflict in the Ahom Mughal Wars. Which of the following correct? The Mughals were permanently pushed back to the Manas River, which became the new boundary. That is correct. It marked the 1682. It marked the end of the Mughal influence in the Brahmaputra Valley for the remainder of the Ahom rule, for the remaining of the Ahom rule. Okay. Remainder of the Ahom rule. Okay, Mughal influence no how and which no correct. The Ahom king during this battle was Gandhar Singh. That is Gandhar Singh asli no Ahom king too. Habo lage. Yes, D. Yes, D is the correct answer. Gandhar Singh asli the Ahom king during this battle was Gandhar Singh, a battle of Itacoli. Okay, 1682. Under the leadership of Gandhar Singh, the commander Hingya Alon Borburwa, and the Ahoms recaptured Guwahati and Lake Sraigat, which was defensive. Itacoli was an offensive victory. That secured the kingdom's borders for over a century. Secured the kingdom's borders for over a century. Okay. 96 regarding the carbon border adjustment mechanism, CBM, carbon border adjustment mechanism which impacted Indian exports in 2026. It is a policy imposed by the European Union that is to tax carbon intensive imports. Yes, it aims to prevent carbon leakage where companies move production to countries with weaker environmental laws. Where companies move production to countries with weaker environmental এইটো হয় এইটো correct হ'ব. Products like steel, cement and fertilizers from India are primarily affected by this mechanism. Products, yes, all these are correct. D, yes, কাৰণ চিমেণ্ট পেট্ৰল এইবিলাক বনোৱাতে মানে কাৰ্বন বেছিকৈ হেৰি হয় প্ৰডিউচ হয় ন, চিমেণ্ট ষ্টিল ফাৰ্টিলাইজাৰ, চ' এফেক্ট হ'ব ন, অলপ ৰেগুলেশ্যন হৈ যাব ন এইটোৰ কাৰণে. এইটো কি আছিলে ইউৰোপিয়ান ইউনিয়ন ন, এণ্ড কি আছিলে কাৰ্বন বৰ্ডাৰ এডজাষ্টমেণ্ট মেকানিজম ন. Carbon border adjustment mechanism is a major challenge for Indian industry. India has criticized it as the World Organization of being discriminatory. Yes, discriminatory, no? যিবিলাক ডেভেলপড কাণ্ট্ৰি সেইবিলাকতো বহুত এমাউণ্টত প্ৰডিউচ কৰে, বাট ইণ্ডিয়াতো ইমান এটা ডেভেলপ নেশ্যন নহয়, ইণ্ডিয়া যদি সেনেকুৱা নকৰে খাবই নাপাব. And a trade barrier disguised as environmental protection. With reference to the PM Pranam scheme, consider the four estimates to agriculture hobo, agriculture নহ'লে কিবা হায়াৰ হ'ব, to Pranam নহয়, সেৱাৰ জনোৱাৰ লগত ৰিলেশ্যন নাই, ভক্তিৰ লগত ৰিলেশ্যন. It's obviously based to reduce the use of chemical fertilizers by incentivizing states to add up alternative fertilizers. এইটো হ'ব. The scheme has a separate budget allocation for the central government to transition. The scheme has a separate budget allocation from the central government to fund the transition. এইটো হ'ব পাৰে চেণ্ট্ৰেল গভৰ্ণমেণ্টৰ হ'ব পাৰে, এইটো incentive states by incentivizing states to it. Yes, it correct hobo, two correct hobo, A 1 and 2. 50% of the subsidy savings issued by a state will be passed on to the state as a grant for local development assets. Of the subsidy savings issued by a state will be passed on state as a grant for local developmental assets. Developmental assets এইটো নহ'ব নেকি, 1 and 2 অনলি হ'ব পাৰে. এইটো কি কৈছে, এইটো ফাৰ্টিলাইজাৰৰ কাৰণেতো ইনচেণ্টিভাইজ কৰিব, পইচা দিব. 1 and 2 কাৰেক্ট হ'ব, বাট 3 হ'বনে নাই. Has a separate budget allocation from the central government to fund the transition. Separate budget কেনেকুৱা হ'ব. This PM Pranam has a separate budget allocation. হ'ব separate হ'ব. 50% of the subsidy savings issued by a state will be passed on to that state as a grant for local development assets. Yes, all three are correct. এইটো ছেপাৰেট নহয়, এইটো মানে এইটো কাৰোবাৰ লগত লিংকড আছে. PM প্ৰণামটো এইটো বেলেগ হয়, ছেপাৰেট নহয়, সম্পূৰ্ণ ছেপাৰেট নহয়, কাৰোবাৰ লগত এটা লিংক আছে. মানে এইটো 50% অফ ছাবচিডি ছেভিংছ যিবিলাক হেৰি আছে এইটো ডেভেলপমেণ্ট হেৰিৰ কাৰণে হয়. অফ দ্য ছাবচিডি ছেভিংছ যিবিলাক 50% ৰেহাই হয় ন, এক্সট্ৰা বেছিকৈ দিয়ে, মানে সেনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ হ'ব পাৰে কিবা, মই ইমান এইটো নাজানো. বাট এইটো যিটো মানে বাজেট এল'কেট কৰে এইটো স্কিমটো ছেপাৰেট হ'ব নোৱাৰে. তাৰমানে দ্য স্কিম হেজ এ ছেপাৰেট ডাজন্ট হেভ a separate budget allocation from the central bank to fund for the transition. Okay, এইটো এনেকুৱা হৈ থাকিলে আৰু অলপ মানে ক্ৰিটিকেল দিছে. Because the scheme doesn't have a separate budget, it is just a savings from the existing fertilizer subsidy program. It is if a state saves 100 rupees in subsidy, 50 is given back to the state for village level. State saves 100 in subsidy. Subsidyৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত যদি 100 টকা হেৰি কৰে 50 টকা কি কৰিব লাগে, is 50 rupees is given back to the state for village level infrastructure. Rural হেৰিত দিব লাগে মানে কেটিৰ কাৰণে কিবাৰ কাৰণে ইনফ্ৰাষ্ট্ৰাকচাৰ কৈছে মাত্ৰ সাৰে মাত্ৰ নহয় ৰাস্তা ঘাটৰ কাৰণেও হ'ব পাৰে ইনফ্ৰাষ্ট্ৰাকচাৰ আন্তঃগাঁথনিৰ কাৰণে ইৰিগেশ্যনৰ কাৰণে এনেকুৱা হ'ব পাৰে 98 recent archaeological findings 22 to 25 the stone jars in Dimahasau have generated global interest. These jars are most similar to those found in Nile Valley in Egypt, plan of the jar of in Laos. The Stonehenge in England, the Mayan ruins in Mexico. Itu Mayan have a D hobo. Oh ho ho. The plain jars in Laos. The plain of jars in Laos. Laos to ক'ত আছিলে আফ্ৰিকা নেকি Laos to ক'ত আছিলে সেইটো ইনকাৰেক্ট হৈ থাকিলে বহুত ইনকাৰেক্ট হ'ল দেখোন আজিও This massive sandstone jars likely used for funerary rites to morile ব্যৱহাৰ কৰা হৈছিলে ন such a direct cultural link between the northeast of India and Southeast Asia Laos and Indonesia Laos to Indonesia আছিলে ন dating back to the late 2nd millennium BC বাপৰে 2nd millennium BC তো বহুত বেছি হ'ব ন ইমান দিনৰে ন এইটো 99 এইটো ক'ত পাইছে ডিমাহাছাওত পাইছিল ন ডিমাহাছাওত পাইছে ষ্টন জাৰ হিলৰি জাৰ লেওছৰ লগত লিংক আছে ন এইটো কি আছে the plain of jars in Laos and then the mission Shakti umbrella the sub-scheme focuses on mission Shakti umbrella sub-scheme Sambhal ki long-term economic empowerment through skill developing safety and security of women includes one-stop centers women helplines providing housing for single mothers widows providing financial literacy to rural women in the tea gardens it don't have CND no have safety and security of women one-stop centers Sambhal etu habo Sambhala long-term economic empowerment through skill developing etu no mission Shakti to economical ক্ষেত্ৰতে হয় safety security এটো হব safety security B হব B is the correct answer safety security women one stop centers women helpline আছে women helpline number ta dibo kole হেৰি হৈ যাব mission Shakti is divided into two Sambhal safety and security and Samartha empowerment Sambhal means safety and security and Samartha means empowerment yes Samartha means empowerment economically and financially Sambhal includes the Biti Bachao Biti Padhao component as well and last question for the test 100 in which year and which location was the first experimental tea garden established by the British in Assam ketia prothom tea garden established হৈছিলে 1823 to হেৰি কৰা হৈছিলে টিটো আৱিষ্কাৰ কৰা হৈছিলে একচুৱেলি টিটো আৱিষ্কাৰ কৰা মানে তাৰ আগৰ পৰাই চাইনা বা সিংহবিলাক টি খাই আছিলে চাহ খাই আছিলে 1823 1839ত ফেক্টৰী কৰিছিলে মানে 1839ত ফেক্টৰী কৰিছিলে এটো টি গাৰ্ডেন এষ্টাব্লিছ কৰিছিলে মানে 1823 তে হ'ব যেতিয়া কমাৰ্চিয়ালি মানে হেৰি কৰিছিলে বিজনেছ কৰিছিলে তো 1839ত হ'ব so the correct answer is going to be A 1837 ত হৈছিলে Sabua tea garden established কৰিছিলে Sabua tea garden হেতু প্ৰথম আছিল so এটো ইনকাৰেক্ট হৈ থাকিলে লাষ্ট কোৱেশ্চনটো ফুল হৈ থাকিলে 1837 ত Sabua Sudia Nazira এইখিনি যদি চালো হেতেন তেতিয়াহ'লে ক'ব পাৰিলেহেঁতেন বাট নাচালো চনটো চালো Well, Robert Bruce discovered tea plant in 1823 to আৱিষ্কাৰ কৰা হৈছিলে so দিয়া the first experimental tea garden was established at Sabua in 1837 so what experimental tea garden established কৰিছিলে ন discovered to 1823 তে কৰিছিলে but 1837 ত Sabua tea garden established কৰিছিলে it led to the formation of the Assam company in 1839 Assam company to 1839 established হৈছিলে so this is it for today. And let's calculate the marks. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 20 marks. 20 marks more deduct over day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. That is 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. So all মানে attempt কৰিছো all 100 60 attempt কৰিলে কিমান হ'ব 100 গুণ 12 120 পাইছিলো 120 ৰ পৰা যদি 20 মাইনাছ দিও তেতিয়া হলে মোৰ কিমান থাকিল 100 সো আজিৰ মকত মই 100 মাৰ্কস কেৰি কৰিব পাৰিছো 100 okay so thank you very much for watching the video bye bye guys